Welcome to a night of champions in the Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina. Duke Kentfield from Speed51.com. I'm Bob Dillner from Fox Sports, and tonight is our night to celebrate all of the NASCAR touring champions here in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's going to be a fabulous night. We see everything getting decked out behind us and a lot of different series internationally and nationally to celebrate.
7 champions will officially be crowned just that here tonight in the Queen City of Charlotte, and there's so much buzz and anticipation. People are already clamoring at the doors just on the other side of the wall here to get in and celebrate a fantastic 2013 season on the NASCAR Touring Night of Champions. And I'll tell you what, between the NASCAR Can-Am Pro Series East and West, Whelen Modified Tours, and the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, and the NASCAR Toyota Mexico Series, it was just a banner year for everybody involved. We have new champions, repeat champions, guys that have made history, and all of them will celebrate their accomplishments here tonight.
And just to set the stage for you a little bit, basically all of these champions will be getting on stage just behind us here, just out front here at the Charlotte Convention Center. We have a little red carpet area where all the drivers and the team members and all their girlfriends and fiancés and wives are actually out there right now just talking amongst themselves. And I'll tell you what, we see all these drivers all year long in their driver suits and their uniforms and so forth, kind of getting down and dirty there in the pits and at the NASCAR races. And here we're seeing them dressed up pretty sharply.
But a guy like the Can-Am Pro Series East champion, Dylan Kwasniewski, getting all dolled up, that's normal for him. He's always,
you see his hair?
I mean, he's a sharp-looking cat.
I'm looking forward to seeing it here tonight for sure.
2 years in a row now he will be honored. But, you know, a guy like last night with Lee Pulliam, he's just a local racer. He's not necessarily a flashy guy, and, you know, but he will be honored. Ryan Preece is another guy like that with the Whelen Modified Tour. You know, he's just a racer. But here he's going to be all decked out, have his shoes shined, and I know his girlfriend Heather's going to have him looking good too. But everybody here is just ready to have a good time and celebrate their season here in Charlotte.
You know, you're speaking of champions many times over. We have one of those in particular here tonight. He's the champion of the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. We just spoke to him just outside here before coming in the banquet hall here. George Brunnhoelzl III. 4 championships now. 4 in a row, technically. He missed 1 year in the middle there when he competed on the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour up north. But 4 championships in a row, that is some feat.
And I'll tell you what, and he doesn't do it close. He spanks the field just about every year in that 4-year run, and certainly that's no discredit to Burt Myers, who won that 1 year when Georgie went and raced up north. But who knows what would have happened had George stayed down south? We could be talking about a 5th straight championship. You know, had things played out that season, that would be unheard of in NASCAR Touring Series.
And I just spoke to his wife, and she just told me Georgie is coming back again to go after a 5th crown because she wants another trophy on the mantle, because right now that even number of trophies, 4 of them on the mantle by the TV and so forth, just doesn't look good. She needs 1 more to balance it out.
And if what Mama wants, Mama gets. That'll be fun to watch in next year. And certainly the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour and the Northern Tour schedule came out. We'll talk a little bit more about those schedules as well as the Can-Am Pro Series East and West schedules coming out as well. We'll talk more about that later on in the show.
How about bringing on our first guest right now here to the red carpet show for the Night of Champions here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's welcome the 2013 NASCAR Can-Am Pro Series West champion, Derek Thorn. Derek, really good to see you, and I know this is going to be a night that you will remember forever.
Oh, no doubt. I would have to agree with you 100% there. You know, you guys, you know, not only our team, but everybody out there within the NASCAR world works so hard to get to this end of the year event. You know, you're always looking for that championship. You're always looking for those wins, but it's great to be sitting on this stage with you guys being crowned in 2013 Can-Am Pro Series West champion.
2 victories this year in the NASCAR Can-Am Pro Series West, but you've been here in Charlotte for just about a week right now. In fact, I don't know if you've been home because you ran the Snowball Derby 1 week ago, finished top 10 there at Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida. But what has this week been like?
It's been cool. You know, everybody always talks. You know, I've heard other drivers I've raced against always talk about how cool it is to be part of this event, you know, at the end of the year. And it's definitely hasn't undersold my expectations. It's been one of those things that have been absolutely fantastic. These guys guys and gals work awfully hard behind the scenes to make us look good and to give us a time of our lives. You know, NASCAR puts a lot of great people in situations, you know, that they really perform at, and it's been an honor to be part of something like that.
Let's talk about your 2013 season, Derek. Obviously, Bob mentioned those 2 wins, but getting Bob Roncati a championship, and certainly Bill Sedgwick, I know, was a big part of your racing career in the last couple of years as well. Just, you know, what does it mean to have those kind of accomplishments and get that championship for that Sunrise Ford team?
It's a dream come true. Starting off as a young kid, and going through the ranks with my dad, you get to a level to where, financially it becomes tough. It does with any racing or any type of racing. And you get to a point, seems like the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West, and me coming from not a lot of money, Bob was able to reach out with his generosity. Him and both Bob and Maureen Brancotti reached out with their generosity to help put me in the seat and to be able to give them the results they were looking for, and to have the guys work as hard as they were and put so much time in at the shop to give us the equipment we needed to go out and run up front. It all worked out.
We saw you at Phoenix in the finale there and leading up to that race. Not as, calm, cool, and collected as you always are, because you're a guy that likes to have a lot of fun. Did you feel a little pressure there? I mean, you had a decent lead, but was there still a little bit nervousness about you?
It was. You had to go. We knew we had to run well at Phoenix, but we also went in there with the role of we did everything we could. I have no idea we'd run top 10, top 5 all year, and to go out and run 15th at Phoenix for the end of the year was kind of it just didn't end the year on a good note. But we came home with a championship. It was definitely a tough week, but it definitely wasn't by lack of effort on the team's part. It just came out. It made it nerve-wracking for us.
To win a K&N West championship takes a lot of diversity as a driver, because the K&N West schedule has, a diverse mix of racetracks between bull rings, road courses, and speedways. What does it take to win a championship in terms of being a well-rounded race car driver in the West Series?
Diversity, and that's what makes it so fun, I think, in the West as a driver. You're not going to short tracks, not just bigger tracks, not just road courses. Not only those 3 types of racetracks, but then every single one of them has a different type of asphalt configuration to it, to where you end up having to change your game up every week. And it's a little bit of a, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but you're always guessing, always trying to make your stuff better. And as a driver, you're having to adapt. And I think that I really enjoy that kind of racing.
And I know you enjoyed the celebration there for the championship at Phoenix, and I think it was really neat because everybody is just hugging and kissing each other, got all smiles on their face. But what did it mean to you when the president of NASCAR, Mike Helton, stepped up and awarded you that trophy?
I don't think there's a word that puts it, there's no way you can have a word that could sum up the entire amount of emotions that goes into something like that. But it's just pure joy. It's bliss. It's all of your blood, sweat, and tears, not only from this season but from years past, all culminated into one giant event of just sheer awesomeness. To be part of NASCAR, to be a NASCAR champion, there's a very small list that are part of that, and to not only get that opportunity to go out and try to get a championship, but to bring home a championship with the guys we did at Sunrise Ford Racing is just beyond words.
Your season, top 5 finishes in the first 10 races. How important was that leading up to this championship run?
Extremely important. You're running against guys like Gene Price, Jim Offenbach, which both have had a lot of respect for themselves and them teams and the drivers that they have behind the wheels. And those guys there have been part of those guys have been running that series 5, 6, 7 years, and they're no slouches. They show up each week to win races, and it's one of those things where we take each race one race at a time, knowing that those guys are just as capable as we are winning races.
And you had a busy schedule, too, this year. You raced a lot, in the SRL series, the super late models out there. You went down a couple weeks ago and ran that snowball derby. How important was it for you to stay busy in terms of making sure you were on top of your game with this West Series?
Oh, I love it. And I think that's what makes it part of that success comes from being behind the wheel and being surrounded by good people. If you only have a 10 or 15 race schedule and that's all you do, and you have a one or 2 weeks, swing to where you're not driving nothing, it makes a difference. So I think being able to stay behind the wheel, not only of Bob Brancotti stuff, but Byron Campbell in SRL, going to the Derby for Jim Putman. Those are the guys that keep me busy and keep me running behind the wheel, which I think helps with success.
What was the Snowball Derby like for you? Because you got introduced there as the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West champion as well, which was a cool deal down at that big race.
That race, and people have asked me, how do you put it into words, the atmosphere of that place and that race and the history of it? And it's impossible. It's one of those events that if you don't have it on your bucket list for short track racing, you might as well put it on there, because it is one of the toughest races to make, one of the most talented field of drivers and teams I've ever seen in my life. And to come from the West Coast, I really enjoy I wish more West Coast races would come out and represent it, but it's fun coming from the West Coast to come back and run with some of the toughest competitors in the nation.
Now, you ran well down there, unlike a couple years ago. Ran well, but had all sorts of trouble. But now we understand with the schedules that were released today, the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East going back to Pensacola, Florida's Five Flag Speedway, June 13th on a Friday night. Since you know a thing or two about that racetrack right now. How about coming back and running that race next year on the East Circuit?
Oh, I'd love to. You know, any series that I could go out and run would be a bonus. But like Tim Bryant and those guys at Pensacola do an awesome job of promoting that track. And just not only with that, but for them, they put so much emphasis and effort into making not only ourselves happy, but we couldn't do it without the fans. And you got to pack that place. And, you know, the Derby was a prime example. I've never seen so many people, I think, in my life packing the stands and then parking 4 or 5 miles in each direction on the grassy sides of the road. So it's neat to have such a great community around a racetrack to draw not only great drivers but great fans.
Now, you mentioned that Derek, and Bob, you mentioned that Derek ended up on his lid in the Snowball Derby a couple years ago. You did that plenty in the iRacing event on Wednesday afternoon here at the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Not good at that?
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, your skills certainly lend better to a real race car, but man, you got to step your game up a little bit in the video game
It was
world.
disastrous. It was like that Ricky Bobby scene, you know, where he's flipping and kicking the screen and stuff. Man, I was right there along with him. I don't know what it was, but I didn't have the niche that day for keeping all 4 tires on the ground. That's for sure.
Did you think you were on fire?
I didn't strip down to my underwear quite yet.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Did Duke beat you?
No, he probably did. I don't think I beat anybody.
We never raced against each other because he always did the road course races, and I have a hard time turning left. I'm not going to try to do left and right.
That's a good thing because he'd be just, you know, picking on you. Hey, I beat you and all that sort of thing. But
I run my mouth pretty well.
What was your favorite thing you've done so far this week?
All of them have been awesome, but going to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s property, Whiskey River, is really cool to see. Being from kind of a smaller town, a lot of trees, you know, not backwoods is the wrong word to use, but coming from a small community to go out there and see what he's done with that place. He's taken a bunch of old wreck race cars, dug out places in the hillside, put them in there. You know, he's probably got 30, 40 cars, and it's just a really cool atmosphere to see, and everybody talks about it. And it's just that little stuff that, you know, people just can't as a normal person, can't go up to the gate, knock on it, and say, hey, I want to go into your property. You'll be like, get the heck out of here. So it's neat being part of a group like NASCAR to get us into places like that and give us once-in-a-lifetime experiences.
Derek, I got to ask, you know, looking towards 2014, you've already announced that you're not going to be back with Sunrise 14, but are we going to see you more in the K&N Pro Series West?
I'd like to hope so. You know, as the year continues, and I don't think the definitive schedule's out yet, but, you know, I would love to be able to run not only the SRL Southwest Tour, but Byron Campbell also has a West car. Not sure if that'll entail us running the current races or if it'll entail us running more than that, because I think Phoenix and Iowa are big circles on our calendars as well. But, you know, with Jim Putnam going to the Derby, I'd love to be able to go run the All-American 400, try the Winchester 400, and try to get some of those races, you know, that are big short track events that are a lot of fun to go to.
Now, you've been on the scene for quite some time now. We've heard your name for a long time. You're finally that NASCAR champion. What's next? I know you're putting together next year's plans, but do you still have aspirations of climbing that ladder, or are you just fine and dandy with running the short tracks of America?
Fine and dandy is not the right word, but in my older age, I guess you could call it. I'm not saying I'm getting older and dumber, I think, but the older I get, the more you realize that, you know, racing itself it's all about the experience and the people I've met. And it's going to take a considerable amount of luck and resources and just being fortunate to be in the right place at the right time to get to the next level. So I try to take, not saying I would love to go run trucks or Nationwide. That would be an absolute honor and a dream come true. But at the same time, I'm just taking it one race at a time and enjoying it. You know, the people that I have around me right now, Bob Brancotti, Byron Campbell, and everybody that's associated with these teams, I can't thank them enough for such great opportunities. So if this was my last race at the Derby, my slate would be wiped clean, and I would be the happiest camper alive, and everything beyond that's just a bonus.
All right, I want to know for tonight here, a big night.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to be up on stage. Do you have your script prepared? Have you practiced the teleprompter? Are you nervous?
I am nervous. You know, it's one of those things, sitting here talking to you, it's not so bad talking to you now, but when you get up there in front of all these people, and you got so many people to thank, you know, everybody out there listening back home, Bakersfield, Wisconsin, Lake County, people that have supported me, sponsors, loved ones, family members, you know, all the people out there, this is much of a night for me, but it's as much for me not to forget them, you know, and I don't want anybody out there to think that you come here on the stage and you get up there and you get all nervous and choked up, you know, and you forget some of the important people that made it possible. So I just don't want anybody to be offended, but trying to have a good time with it at the same time.
Well, Derek, congratulations on a job well done this year.
Thank you, Bob, Matt. Speed 51.
Thank you, Derek.
Derek Thorn, the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West champion this year for the Sunrise Ford number 6 team, and a great season because, like you said, he got off to a great start this year. Those 2 victories certainly helped propel him to this championship.
And I'll tell you what, he's battling guys like Cameron Haley and Greg Pursley, a multiple-time champion in the West Series, finishing top 5, 10 straight races. That's not an easy accomplishment, and I'll tell you what, he almost made it look easy, but he really had to earn it there, like you mentioned at Phoenix. He was sweating it out a little bit to win that championship.
Now, there was another guy that was sweating things out this year just a little bit. He got off to a rocket ship type start. Really good on the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour. Let's welcome to the stage in the red carpet show the champion for the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour, Ryan Preece. Ryan, good to see you.
What's up, buddy?
See you guys.
How does that sound, by the way?
I'm still smiling, aren't I?
Yes,
It's
you
awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Growing up the way you did in New England, being in the grandstands before you even started racing, watching some of those heroes, those idols, and being part of the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour and being a champion right now, reflect on that for me, and what does that mean having come from where you did?
You know, when I stood on the stage for rehearsal earlier, I just going through the motions when they were doing it, I was getting choked up, and I'm not one to be emotional. So, you know, it's kind of one of those deals where I just kind of you're numb to it. It's just a shocking moment, and to be able to do it and accomplish this goal and be a Whelen Modified Tour champion and be with names like Teddy Christopher, Mike Stefanik, Richie Evans, a lot of great drivers, and to be a champion, it means a lot to me. It means a lot to my grandfather, Bob Judkins. It means a lot to my family, and it means a lot to all my car owners right now that I drive for, and I'm just, I'm pretty happy.
You mentioned all the owners that you drive for, because you're just not a tour driver. You're racing 3-4 nights a week sometimes. And what does that say about you to have the success that you've had? You've won track championships on a Whelen All-American Series level, now a tour championship. You're adding your name to guys like Teddy Christopher that have done stuff like that. What does that say about you as a race car driver to be that adaptive to so many different types of racing?
It's a good thing, I guess. You know, Bob's seen it. I've come a long way since I was young. It doesn't happen overnight. That's one thing. A lot of my friends, we all stay grounded together, and we all understand we have to learn and make ourselves better. And one of my friends texted me earlier today, Tony Membrino. He won a championship in an SK Light at the Modifieds this year at Stafford, and he was saying, you know, Ryan, you've won SK Championship at Stafford and Thompson, the Whelen Modified Tour Championship. You won the North-South Shootout. You've won at Bowman Gray. You know, you're clicking off some milestones at an early age. Slow down, but I don't want to slow down. I want to keep moving forward. I want to do everything I can. I want to race modifieds for the rest, you know, as long as I can. I also want to move up. Thanks to Tommy Baldwin, I'm given some opportunities to possibly move forward, and just looking forward.
I understand maybe 2 races in the mix, possibly for the NASCAR Nationwide Series team with Tommy Baldwin Racing next year.
Yeah, definitely. Richmond and New Hampshire. Hopefully. I mean, we keep talking about it like it's a definite deal. I hope it's a definite deal, but right now that's the plan, and hopefully more. You know, I want to get approved so I can run more than just a short track. I want to get approved for 1.5 miles, 2 miles, pretty much all the tracks. So, you know, if any opportunities did open up, I'm approved to race. So that would be a great idea.
NASCAR in 2013 expanded a program now called NASCAR Next, and you are a big part of that NASCAR Next program. You're the first modified driver, non-K&N driver, to be a part of that. What has that done for you in getting you kind of acclimated into a different audience than maybe any other modified driver would have been in the last few years?
Well, it means a lot to me just because there's a lot of kids that are racing SK Lights right now and SK Modifieds that, you know, that door has been closed for so long because of Steve Park being the last driver. I'm trying to open that door and show all these other car owners and, you know, that modified drivers can get the job done. We race hard. It's Bobby Santos, even he said to me, modified racing is one of the toughest racing out there. Super late models, that stuff's tough too, and I'd love to get back into a super late model and try it. I was talking to my friend Herm about it, you know, about next year trying to do the Snowball Derby again, and, you know, I've come a long way as a racer, and as far as feel-wise, I'd just like to go and get another shot at it.
We always knew you were good, okay? And you speak of Herm, Mike Herman Jr., who will be the spotter for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. next year in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And this kid actually drove my super late model a couple years ago at that Snowball Derby, the biggest super late model race in the country, running top 10 until a couple people wrecked right in front of us with about 30 laps to go, and did a great job the first time ever in a super late model at the biggest event of all. So we knew you were good there. And I was speaking to somebody at PRI yesterday in Indianapolis, the Performance Racing Industry Show, and it was Bill Park from Long Island. And you drove his car this year on several different occasions and won with it. You know, you've had a lot of people like Bill help you out to get you to this point.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Bill's actually here, so you'll see him again. But, you know, that's one thing is a lot of owners like Eric Sanderson, Bill Park, Steve Greer, Bob Hitchcock, who I drove for last year at Stafford, and Kelly Iverson, Kathy Moniz, If I'm leaving any of my owners out, I'm sorry. There's
You got
just
so
many. I really do. But you know, when I race for them, they have fun, and that's what I race for. I race to have fun, but I'm not going to tear a race car up. I've learned that. That's one thing I've learned with age. I'm 23 years old. Do you want to sit in the shop and fix it? And no, I don't. So I like to finish races. I like to win races, and if you don't finish them, you won't win them. So that's one thing I've taken with age.
You get to race at a lot of cool places up north: Stafford, Thompson, Waterford, all those great places.
Yep.
Bowman Gray Stadium.
Yeah.
You went to Victory Lane earlier this year, and that's about as happy as I've ever seen Ryan Preece's winning at the Madhouse. What did that race mean to you?
I still get choked up. I saw a picture on the screen of me kissing the trophy. Not just because it was Bowman Gray, but my father, he puts a lot of hard work into that race car that we run, and to be able to pull it off for him, it was a really great feeling, and I was happy for him, and to add my name into the record books at Bowman Gray. How many guys can do that? You know, I've raced there 3 times, 2 tour races. We came close to winning the first year, and I won it this year, and we're going to leave it at that. I'm probably not going to go back to Bowman Gray to race just because I'm going to leave it as a winner. We're gonna take on new ventures. You know, we're gonna try, if there's no schedule conflicts, we're gonna go to South Boston or Langley. So we're just gonna try and go out different places, win every race we can. We'll be back at Charlotte because I almost won that race this year, but just having fun.
How about February? Obviously, Battle at the Beach will be a huge deal at Daytona International Speedway. That's a points event for the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour. Speed Weeks now counts for points for the NASCAR Wheel and All-American. It could there at Speed Weeks. Do you think we can see the 2X or the 40 or the Preece family race car out there running at New Smyrna?
Right now, the plans are to run New Smyrna Speedway as long as it's Wheel and Modified Tour rules. No, you know, steel-headed motors or anything like that. If it's Tour rules, we'll be there with my family car. And I got to thank Kevin Hughes from RE. He offered to let me use his car if I wanted to gain some national points. But if I can come up with some sponsorship, we'll make it work. But, you know, he's an awesome guy.
Well, that's actually my engine in that car. So
is it?
You'd be running for the both of us.
There we go. Look at that.
See, you learn something new all the time.
It's like J-Ski right here. We're breaking short track news.
Yep.
Let's get back to Bowman Gray and Riverhead. What is it about quarter-mile tracks and you? Because you have been extremely dominant on that type of racetrack.
I like to hustle. I don't know. Elbows up. Actually, Jerry, a good crew guy of ours, he always calls me Happy Hands. So I like to race. I like to race hard. And Riverhead, Monadnock, short track tracks, they suit my style. And that's being up on the wheel at all times. And that's one thing I try to do. And I have a lot of fun doing it. And Riverhead, like racing there weekly with Bill Park, it's been a blast. And I'm going to continue to do everything I did this year. Right now we're looking at definitely probably over 80 races, 100 races, as long as there's no rainouts. I was over 70. I haven't counted, but it was between 70 and 80 this year. So I'm going to try and beat that mark.
So do you need a break, or would you like to go racing tomorrow?
I'm racing Atlantic City indoors. When I get home, I'm putting the motor in my indoor car, and I got to figure out where I can practice. So Mark Arute, if you're listening right now, I'd love to practice my car in your mini mile. Just give me a shout.
I'll tell you what, we were doing the iRacing thing on Wednesday. He was already talking about going go-karting on Thursday morning.
I went there 3 times to GoPro Motorplex. 3 times, and I probably did 10 races, and I had a blast. Real quick, I got to thank my sponsors, East West Marine, Flamingo Motorsports, Diversified Metals, Racing Electronics, and R&B Enterprises. Everybody on that Wheel and Modified Tour car that made this happen this year, thank you very much, and thanks for having me on, guys.
We enjoyed having you on. Happy Hands, okay,
right,
the
Happy
champion,
Hands.
absolutely,
Or
for the
Preece
NASCAR
Lightning,
Wheel and
whichever Riverhead
Modified
wants to
Tour.
call me.
There you go. Ryan Preece, ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you one thing, the kid is young, the kid is talented, and he's certainly getting his talking, down pat now. He's come a long way in a short period of time, and he's one marketable kid that we might see in some of the upper echelons of NASCAR racing in the future.
And I'll tell you what, he's 22 years old, but he's been around the modified racing series scene since he was 14 years old. He was racing in Pennsylvania, the only track that would let him race modifieds at 14 years old. And he was out there winning races. He won a race at Martinsville when he was still a teenager. And he's doing things at such a young age that hardly any young modified driver, even Steve Park, didn't do the kind of things that Ryan Preece is doing.
And here's what I like about Ryan Preece, honestly. If he doesn't make it to the big time, and he has that opportunity possibly, even though it hasn't been announced, and I guess we're letting a lot of cats out of the bag here, but with Tommy Baldwin Racing for a couple events in the NASCAR Nationwide Series next year. But if he doesn't make it, he's fine. He would love to be one of the best ever in the NASCAR modifieds in the Northeast and the Southeast for that matter.
Absolutely. He looks up to a guy like Teddy Christopher, who's made an entire career of short track racing throughout the Northeast. And sure, he got a couple of shots in Cup and Nationwide, but Teddy's a modified guy, and if Ryan Preece, that's all he does for the rest of his career, he will be just fine with that.
And you heard Ryan Preece said he got choked up a little bit, seeing some of those pictures that are, to the left and the right of the stage, and talking about people that he needed to thank tonight. So that speech going to be very interesting a little bit later on.
And he likes to have a good time. They were out having a good party, championship party last night. They were singing "We Are the Champions," karaoke at the
I don't know if I want to hear
establishment that they were at, but hey, they're here to have a good time in Charlotte.
Absolutely. Everybody here to have a good time, including some folks from NASCAR. And right now we want to welcome to the stage the NASCAR international competition liaison for NASCAR and all the touring series they have all over the globe, Joe Ballas. Joe, nice to see you, buddy. Merry Christmas.
How are you?
Celebrating the holiday season with the Night of Champions here, and you're looking pretty good, all dapper tonight in that suit. We usually see you, just working it hard in the pits all over the place. Used to be in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, and now all over the globe. How is that working for you?
It's working great. It's really a phenomenal position, being able to work with our European series, our Toyota Mexico series, and also the Canadian Tire series in Canada.
I think it was really interesting. I got the call about 3 days prior going to Phoenix International Raceway back in March. Hey, Bob, can you do us a favor? The NASCAR Mexico Series, first time ever on American soil. Can you do the play-by-play? And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know anybody. But those guys there, it was a fun broadcast with Phil Parsons that we had on the Fox Sports networks all over America. It was a lot of fun because those guys enjoyed that trip first time on American soil. What was that like for you?
Well, it really was a really fun experience. The NASCAR Toyota Mexico Series is a very aggressive style of racing. They have a lot of competition, and putting that all together was a learning experience for all of us that were involved. And we're trying to put that together to do it again.
No official announcement yet for the NASCAR Mexico Series at Phoenix, but check out the website. And it's already stated there. I'm just going to say that. So I'm looking forward possibly to that event coming back to Phoenix, but a lot of events all over the place for your different series. And let's talk about the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series. Those boys race up there.
Absolutely. Yes, it's amazing to watch what they do. There's some really super tracks that they're involved with. I was up a couple of different times to see what was going on with the Canadian Tire Series and that race at GP3R, which is awesome.
How about the NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series? Just in 2013 alone, the growth of that series, from starting off on a makeshift parking lot oval course and an American kid like Ben Kennedy winning that race, to the growth that it's seen this year to become, one of the elite series throughout Europe, if not the entire world.
Yeah, absolutely. The NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series is growing, just like the track is in tours, by the way. It's growing banking in both ends of the track. We got 9 degrees there. It's not a flat track anymore. It's a proper oval in the middle of Europe. And, we'll see more and more exciting racing. We announced their schedule this week. It's going to be cool.
Let's be honest, okay, because that track there, for that first event, Ben Kennedy won. It was honestly built in a parking lot.
It was a parking lot, yes.
And now the folks in Tours France really like that idea. Now they put all the permits in. They're building that racetrack. They put the banking in turns 1 and 2. How is that coming along there? Because that will be a premier complex once all is said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. The construction's coming along very well. The banking got put in at one end of the racetrack. All the designs and everything are done. The permits are in place, and I believe we're under construction to complete the banking on the other end of the racetrack.
Hey, by the way, how many languages do you speak now, having to go to all these different places? Race car language.
That is an international language.
NASCAR stock car language is international.
Absolutely. What is the favorite part about being the competition liaison for all the international series in NASCAR, about what you do?
It's the people. It really is. No matter where you go, the people are the most important element, whether it's the crew members, the teams, the drivers, the owners, or the race fans. Wherever you go, the excitement is there about the NASCAR style of stock car racing. And as you know, I'm no stranger when I get into the garage area and just walk in and just have good, solid conversations. And I think everybody is learning as we go along as to how we develop the series and continue to make everything grow.
how about getting all the international stars here in Charlotte to celebrate with the American champions and just having an international event to honor such great accomplishments?
NASCAR is a family, and that's what it's all about. If you are part of NASCAR, you belong at one of these banquets, and we would love to celebrate our champions just like we celebrate all our champions, and we're glad to have everybody here.
You know, let's talk about 2014 a little bit. You said some schedules are out and so forth, and we talked about that speedway, Tours Speedway in France. We talked about an announcement we're expecting there at Phoenix International Raceway with the NASCAR Toyota Mexico Series. But what else can we expect from some of these touring series internationally for NASCAR next year?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of the great competition that we saw before. You know, a lot of the racetracks that are traditional stops on our schedule will still be there. You know, we need to finish up a couple of different schedules with the Canadian Tire Series and get that schedule out. But the traditional stops and the excitement that we saw this year, we'll be heading into 2014.
What's the difference among the three touring series internationally for NASCAR? Because, you know, some run on road courses, some a combination of the two. You know, from the competitor standpoint, from the racing standpoint, what do you see as the biggest difference?
Well, I think it's different levels of learning and growth. Our Canadian Tire Series is more mature. You know, it runs really like our K&N series. The next series would be our Toyota Mexico Series. And then the Euro Series is very new. You know, it takes a lot of growth and nurturing there. And the excitement level with our partners in Europe is just off the chart. And it will see continued growth.
Do you see any of the people internationally, the racers there, maybe coming up and climbing the ranks and getting to the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series someday?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been working on some programs during the 2013 season. We had some of the European drivers racing at Bowman Gray Stadium, you know, a traditional, you know, home of NASCAR short track racing. We had a driver race at Watkins Glen in Mid-Ohio this year. We're looking to do more of that again this year. Our friends with the Toyota Mexico Series have, you know, made starts in K&N. Daniel Suarez is, you know, part of the NASCAR Next program. And I think we'll see that his, you know, growth will progress. And I think we'll see more just, you know, growth and development as they migrate to both trucks nationwide and especially K&N.
I want to see a guy like O'Mara Richards come up there and compete in the NASCAR's Big Three Series, because you got some characters down there in that particular series south of the border.
You do. They have a passion for dropping the green flag and going for a trophy.
We saw that in the first turn of the first lap there at Phoenix for sure. But well, Joe, we want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. And by the way, how many frequent flyer miles do you have now?
You know, it's interesting. I'm just a little over 100,000 for this year.
Okay, maybe you can chalk up a couple to us. We can travel for the holidays.
You know, there's a lot of people that have asked about being my assistant as I go to some of these international events. And, you know, everybody's welcome to be there.
Well, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you and your entire family. Joe Balish, the NASCAR competition liaison for all of their international series, and all three of them highly competitive. If you ever get the opportunity, you know, we want to remind everybody at home here, the red carpet show before the big banquet tonight, Night of Champions for all the NASCAR Touring Series. But you can go to YouTube and search the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, the NASCAR Toyota Mexico Series, and the European circuit as well. And some of them, you won't believe the racing that you will see.
I'll tell you what, that NASCAR Toyota Mexico Series race at Phoenix, that was nationally televised, and you and Phil did a great job, Phil Parsons on Fox Sports, doing that race. And I was like, man, I don't know what they're expecting this race. They're 3 wide going to turn 1 as soon as they drop the rag. So it was a phenomenal race.
It was one of the most interesting things I've ever done, because 3 days prior to the event, they asked me to do the play-by-play, and I said, sure. So I go to look up all the information, and unfortunately, I'm not as internationally inept as some people.
Understood.
And everything was in Spanish. But we got it done, and we had a good time doing it, certainly on the Fox family of networks. Right now, we're going to welcome to the stage right now a guy that was up on this same show with us last year, but for a different series, NASCAR K&N Pro Series East champion Dylan Kwasniewski, a year after he wins the West Championship. So the big question is it going to be easier on stage for you than it was last year?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, I'd like to think it was easy last time, but I was nervous as can be. I don't know if you guys saw the last one, but I had to sing happy birthday to get out of there. So hopefully I won't be pulling any of those out, but I think it'll be good.
You know, the talk of the town here in this banquet hall tonight is who will have the best hair. And everybody voted by far that you would have the best hair. So usually wearing that flat bill hat, but you know, how long did it take you to do that hair?
You know, I worked on it a little bit. I mean, I'm trying to admire it there. Yeah, get a zoom. Look at that. Oh, it's a masterpiece. So hopefully you guys appreciate my hair as much as I do, but hopefully I can get the vote of nicest hair. That'd be great. That'd be great.
6 wins in the K&N Pro Series East this year, and you did it at different kinds of racetracks. 2 road courses, a little bull ring like Langley, and a speedway like Iowa. What does that say about your kind of diversity? We talked about with that Derek Thorn in the West Series, but in the East Series, it's tough to win on any racetrack, but to do it on all 3 of those different kinds of tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one thing I wanted to show this year, that we can win on any type of track, any type of situation. You know, I was fast on all the tracks last year. I could have had chances to win road course races and big track races, but just didn't fall in place well enough. So this year I really wanted to prove to these guys that I could diversify and be good at anywhere we go.
You know, all of the people on the East will say the East Series is more difficult. Everybody out West will say, oh no, I beg to differ. The West Series is more difficult. You've won the championship for 2 consecutive years, you know, with one series to the next. Which is more difficult?
You know, I think it's honestly equal. I mean, you know,
don't have
people,
to be politically correct
serious.
now, okay?
I'm serious. Okay, you know, maybe there may be a couple more drivers that can win every weekend and week out at the East Series, but the guys that are just as good as the West can absolutely kick anybody's butt. And I mean, I think it shows. We've had more wins in the East Series than we did in the West Series. So I think that, you know, it doesn't prove that it's a breeze in the East.
How about at 18 years old, you go from last year where you're a teammate to a guy like Greg Pursley, who's been racing K&N for forever almost, and this year at Turner Scott Motorsports, you were almost the elder statesman, and you had a bunch of drivers, some of them that were older than you, but they had less experience than you. What was that transition like for you?
It was weird, definitely. I mean, having somebody, you know, get advice from me when I was the one trying to suck whatever I could out of Greg and the drivers there, it was weird. I mean, I'm like, you know, trying to give them advice the best way I could, the way that I would like to take in information. So it's cool having younger guys. I mean, they're still close to my age, but I'm just a little bit older than them, and I get to share my wisdom a little bit that I have with them.
You had a great year, those 6 victories like Duke talked about. But then we get to the Magic Mile in the Granite State of New Hampshire. Yeah, I could tell already.
Yeah.
How difficult was that to keep the emotions in check after that gap closed with that misfortune there at the Magic Mile?
Yeah, it was pretty crappy to say the least. I mean, we went from having this thing sewed up, we thought that everything was good, to we had that horrible wreck that we totaled a car, and then we went to Dover where we just had horrible luck too. So I mean, sitting there on pit row, I was more so mad about the wreck because I could have had something to do with that, but you know, when I was just sitting there on pit road, watching those laps go by and points go by, I was just sitting there and I'm like, you know, I got to take it. I can't fret on it. I got to make sure that we go to the next race ready to win.
Let me ask you this, Dylan. I mean, obviously you're a race car driver first and foremost, but being a part of NASCAR Next program like you are, and your AOL Flat Out series and everything like that, and you're getting a more than just a NASCAR stock car fan base. We were at the iRacing thing. There was a group of schoolgirls following you around everywhere you went. You're almost like the face of the future of NASCAR. How are you handling, you know, the different fan base that's kind of coming into the sport because of Dylan Kwasniewski?
I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, if I can take control of NASCAR, get some new fans in there, fans that are in my age demographic that I would hang out with, that not necessarily watch the sport, but because I'm in it and we're bringing new stuff, new sponsors like Rockstar Energy Drink, the show, I absolutely love it, and I'm engrossed in it because I get to hold the future of what's coming through the sport.
Now, you win the East Series championship this year, and the last couple races on the NASCAR Nationwide Series, guess who I saw in the garage area? This kid right here.
Yep.
Now, the word on the street is that you are going to be full-time with Turner Scott Motorsports in the NASCAR Nationwide Series. I heard that at PRI for sure. What can you tell us right now?
I can't tell you anything right now. I mean, that could be so. We could be with another team. I mean, got to keep it mixed up a little bit, you know, but definitely Nationwide. You guys will definitely see me in Nationwide. What team I'm going to run with and what pathway I'm going to take, you guys are just going to have to think it's a mystery for right now.
When will we know?
Hopefully within the next couple of weeks. I mean, I think it's all getting sorted out. I mean, it's happening so fast with everything that happened with the championship. We're trying to get it wrapped up pretty quick so we can start testing and get on the roll for next year.
How excited are you for that opportunity?
Oh,
because you've come a long way in a short period of time.
Yeah, it's amazing to think that I'm already going to be Nationwide next year. I mean, I'm so blessed and thankful for the sponsors I have, Rockstar and Royal Purple. These guys are the ones who got me up to here. The people that surrounded me really are the ones who got me up, and now I can finally get to the national levels of racing where I'm competing against the big boys, and and it's going to be tough. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely going to have a big learning curve, but I think I'm ready for it, and I think I'm ready to go out there and try to prove to them that you can be young and still be good.
Not since Nathan Haslai came into the big NASCAR 3 divisions have we ever mispronounced a name more than yours.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you look at your last name, Kwasniewski, and it looks like an eye chart.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the odds on people pronouncing your name right on some of the broadcasts in the NASCAR Nationwide Series?
You know, I have no idea. I mean, maybe I should change my last name to something simple or something
I
like
like
that.
Dylan K, honestly.
Yeah, K's easy, but even like when they try to find my Twitter, I couldn't imagine them trying to look up Dylan Kwasniewski on Twitter and then find my Twitter handle. I'm like, we got to think of something good. I don't know.
You are very active on your Twitter, you know, at Dylan K Racing, if I'm not mistaken, on Twitter. And how important is this social media role and for a young kid like yourself trying to get that new fan base into the sport?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, at first, ask anybody on my team, my mom, I sucked at it and I did not like it. You know, I had to get used to it. It was something that I just wasn't used to. I didn't know how to tweet out what I was doing, but then once you get more used to it, and I still can improve, don't get me wrong, for sure. But, you know, it's cool bringing the fans in, what's going on here, what's going on behind the scenes, so they get to see a part of my life that they wouldn't see on the regular broadcast.
You know, Duke mentioned the AOL Flat Out. For those that don't know it, what was that all about?
It was pretty much, you know, a 10 episode, actually 11. They released one more episode. It was a docuseries, 7-minute episodes, pretty much documenting my life, and it captured what I had to deal with off the track, because everybody sees what goes on the track, but they don't get the growing pains of me having to travel all the way cross country, completely jump ship and move my entire home all the way to the East Coast to pursue my racing career. I have to miss out on things like graduation. So that really shows what life is like when you're trying to go through the ranks of the sport of NASCAR.
And just to let people know, you can still go to AOL.com/flatout and still see that series. Did you bring a date tonight?
I did. I don't know if she's
steady
over
girlfriend
there.
now, or
No, it's just a date.
Hold on.
No girlfriends. Girlfriends.
All the girls, I heard a collective scream when they heard that.
No, I have no. But she's a great girl. It should be fun. She's wearing a beautiful red dress, so I think we should look good.
Okay. Any nerves whatsoever before you go on stage?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I still have to write a little bit in my speech. I know, because
Dude,
I'm trying
homework.
to keep it.
Gotta get it
okay,
done.
well, I was keeping at the 500 limit, so I got some bullet points, but I got to add a little bit more. I'm trying to think of something witty with my mom, so I don't know. Maybe you guys can tweet me at Dylan K Racing if you guys got any better ideas, and let me know what I should do, because I still got to finish that.
Savvy.
But the bad part is, now that you've invited your fans to do that, you're going to get a lot of weird requests in your speech. You realize
yeah, right? They're going to ask me to ask about macaroni and cheese or something.
How many followers now?
It's only 6,000. I mean,
dude, we got to get you more.
I know, because I sucked at it before. I mean, I'm telling you guys, and part of it's because my last name. I mean, if you guys can pronounce it, if you guys can spell it, then you're good. But we got to get that last name shortened up.
6,002, I'm told by producer John Morris in my ear. So you just bridged that 6,000 gap. Now we got to get you to another digit in there and get you to 10,000. So if you're out there listening tonight, get on Twitter, Dylan K Racing at Dylan K Racing, and hopefully we'll get him a few more followers here tonight.
Absolutely, that'd be great. You know, and you guys can always feel free to ask whatever you want on my Twitter.
Whatever you want?
Okay, maybe not whatever you want. I mean, I will answer, but if you're asking me something about my underwear collection or something weird, then
I wasn't going to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be tweeting pictures tonight, right?
Yes, I will.
That's how you get people to follow you. Tweet out some pictures, use those hashtags and so forth. But Dylan, it was great having you, and congratulations on now 2 consecutive championships.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me.
You got it. Dylan Kwasniewski, the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East champion after winning the West Series championship 1 year ago. Phenomenal 2-year span for that kid.
I'll tell you what, that's an unheard of feat. Not many guys have tried to go for the championship in both, but just how difficult that is, especially in the East Series. He's got his own teammates, you know, Kenzie Ruston and Ben Rhodes and Austin Dine to race with, but, you know, he's got guys like Eddie McDonald and just past champions and things like that are all part of that series. And to win as many races as he did and be in the championship hunt the entire time, and poor Brett Moffitt. I thought for sure going into the season we were going to see Brett Moffitt up on stage here as the K&N Pro Series East champion, but he's lost a championship just about every way that you can lose a championship. But congratulations to Dylan, because he definitely earned it this year.
That NASCAR K&N Pro Series East, very competitive, and they got some good people coming back. Gray Galding's going to be back going after the championship. And after spending some time at Five Flags Speedway in Pensacola, Florida, understand there may be a big announcement in the next couple weeks, possibly about Kenzie Ruston coming back as well to go after that championship in what would be her 2nd year.
That's what we're hearing. We're hearing a lot of rumors, and we might try to before we get off the air, we might even get an announcement here, but hearing rumors that she may or may not be driving for a team that won 2 races in the K&N Pro Series East this year. I'll let you think about that and see if you can put that together.
It's going to be very competitive. I think it's about time we introduce our next guest here on the Red Carpet Show here at the Night of Champions in the Queen City of Charlotte.
Let's bring up Nicole Krager from the NASCAR Foundation. She was pleasure to speak with last night. We wanted to do it again tonight. And Nicole, I'll tell you what, last night you had to have had a blast. I don't know how you couldn't. Back for round 2 again tonight.
Sure, we did. We love being here. Thanks for having us.
And a big announcement this morning. Once again, you guys got a lot going on.
We did. You know, the NASCAR community is always so great to the foundation. We did another round of Chips for Charity this morning at the breakfast, and we've raised over $5,000 this weekend from the generosity of all the folks that are here.
Tell people a little bit about what you do and where some of that money for the NASCAR Foundation goes to.
Well, sure. You know, the NASCAR Foundation was founded back in 2006. Betty Jane France is our chairwoman, and all of our programs touch on children's lives, and we really try to do things that will help children in our racing communities.
That's really cool, and I see her work around all the tracks across the country, and she works very hard. And one award in particular we hear a lot about, the Betty Jane France Humanitarian Award, and that is something very, very important and near and dear to everybody's hearts at NASCAR.
Yeah, sure. You know, Mrs. France has always given back, and that award is named in her honor. We just honored 4 finalists out at the Las Vegas banquet. Each finalist received $25,000 for their charity, and the winner walked away with $100,000 and a brand new Chevy. So that was really an honor. We had over 200,000 fans vote on the award to decide who our winner would be.
Tell me a little bit about that winner, Don
Sure,
Post.
Don Post. He's with the March of Dimes. Don actually has ALS and is just one of those people that has volunteered no matter what. He has been doing this since the mid-'80s, and he spearheads an event called Bikers for Babies to help the March of Dimes in the Kansas City area. And we just heard this past week that the Kansas City track is actually matching the $100,000 donation.
And
so
those folks at Kansas,
it's incredible.
Absolutely.
It really is. You know, that's our community for us.
And no rest for the weary for you, because I understand you got an event around the Rolex in Daytona.
We do. We have, during the Rolex 24-hour, we do the Taste of the 24. We take over the backstretch suites. 1 suite, 1 restaurant. You can come and taste a little bit of the cuisine from the Daytona Beach area. And then from that, we move right into our poker tournament that we have right before Daytona. So,
are you playing in it?
I will not be playing
good.
in it.
You don't have that poker
You probably
face.
want me to play in it because I'm terrible. But I'll tell you, there are quite a number of folks in our industry that are very good at poker, and that raises a lot of money. It all goes towards the pediatrics unit that's there in Daytona Beach.
How do people get involved with the NASCAR Foundation?
Sure. You know, if they want to learn more about what we're doing, they can go to NASCAR.com/foundation. We have an event almost at every single track where we have volunteers, so we encourage people to come out, and we love to meet our fans and have them help us and volunteer. So love to have them.
What are you thinking about this event that we have here tonight? Quite the
great.
gala.
It really is, and you know, it's been like the gala circuit here the last couple of weeks, so it's great that everybody gets to come and celebrate, and last night was really fun, so I'm looking forward to watching and learning and meeting some of these personalities tonight.
Well, we appreciate you coming on board.
Thanks for having me.
You have a great night here tonight.
Happy holidays to
Absolutely.
you guys.
Merry
Thank
Christmas.
you.
Thank you.
Certainly. The NASCAR Foundation doing so much for so many different people out there, and I enjoy the opportunity to work in different programs with the NASCAR Foundation throughout the year with Fox Sports, and just a great job by all at NASCAR, not just those that work for the foundation, but everybody that try to pour their heart and soul into it.
Well, and what's really interesting that the fans that maybe watch the Cup races on Sundays don't realize is there's so many organizations behind the scenes, certainly the NASCAR Foundation, Motor Racing Outreach, and there's so many other different programs that are all involved in helping kids and people in the racing community and beyond the racing community that maybe don't get a lot of the headlines every Sunday afternoon when they're watching the Cup race.
And you mentioned one of them, Motor Racing Outreach, near and dear to the hearts of myself, my wife Angie, and all of our children as well. Do a lot within the NASCAR community, but do a lot within the NASCAR communities themselves as well, with, you know, charitable functions like the Bright Blessings, where, you know, they put together gifts for kids that their parents can't necessarily, you know, afford them. They make little snack gifts that they get to bring to their classrooms and so forth. So NASCAR, everybody involved in that realm, doing such a great job for charities around the country. And we've had a good time on the show, but we're not done yet. We still have one of the top brass of NASCAR coming on, and he's got some very special announcements that were announced here today. George Silverman, great to have you here on the Red Carpet Show on the Night of Champions here in the Queen City of Charlotte.
Great to be here, guys. You know, I just ran into Dylan a few minutes ago, and he told me you were asking the really deeply probing questions tonight, like, did he have a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a Twitter account?
And the next question is?
Well, the next question, we'll get right to the juxt of everything right now. Big announcements today for both NASCAR Modified Tours and both the K&N Pro Series West and East Series with their schedule release here today. What can you tell us about those schedules?
I don't even know where to start because it's great, exciting news. Yeah, we were, of the 7 series represented here tonight, we announced our Euro calendar actually on Thursday, and today we announced our 4 U.S. tours: the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East and West, NASCAR Modified Tour, the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, and our NASCAR Canadian Tire calendar will be coming out very, very shortly. But I don't even know where to start. Certainly the 2 modified tour calendars are very, very strong. In the South, it's really nice that we now have 2 events at places like Langley and South Boston, because the fans there really love NASCAR.
Love those bologna burgers, too.
The Northern Tour looks strong, but we also announced a new special race at New Hampshire on the first Cup weekend. And we're going to do this on Friday. The championship race is still on Saturday. But what we're going to do is an invitational. It'll be for former champions in either the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour or the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, former race winners in either, and this year, the 2013 Sunoco Rookies of the Year. But basically, it's a 25-lap dash. No tire changes, no pit stops.
No holds barred.
No holds barred. And we are really, really excited about that. And the reaction I've already heard from the competitors is like, wow.
You might get, 5-time champion Tony Hirschman out of his little home there in Northampton, Pennsylvania. Come back, he can still wheel a modified. You never know. He might best everybody in that 25-lap dash for the cash.
I tell you what, that is a race everyone's going to want to see. And, none of the other trappings. There's going to be no time trials. We're going to draw the starting positions out. I mean, it is going to be real exciting. And then in our NASCAR K&N Pro Series, both on the East and the West, lots of exciting news. On the West, we're opening the season at Phoenix and closing it on Phoenix again. But we're happy to be going back to Irwindale after many years. We're happy to have 2 races at Kern County and a new venue for the series, State Line Speedway in Idaho, which I think is going to be a real exciting addition. And then on the East, we made some changes, some adjustments. Important things like the K&N Pro Series East race at Richmond is going to be run Friday night instead of Thursday night, most likely right after the Nationwide Series event. The event at New Hampshire moves from the fall to the spring, but we've also added a new venue to the schedule, which is Watkins Glen International on the Sprint Cup weekend. So really, lots of exciting news. I've only kind of hit the top of the iceberg. As you look at the calendars that were released today, you see they're very strong for all series.
The champions event here tonight, certainly all 7 champions, great ambassadors of short track racing. And real quick, George, just getting them all together to celebrate in one night here in Charlotte.
And this is probably one of the most aptly named events we do, because it truly is a night of champions. You look at the caliber of these drivers, and to a lot of our fans in America, there are some familiar names here. You may not be familiar with some of our international champions, but I tell you what, these are first-rate, world-class caliber drivers.
And I tell you what, from a Speed51.com perspective, we really enjoy the partnership with NASCAR. A lot of fans came to watch those races this year on our Race Central Live, powered by Speed51.com. We definitely enjoyed that partnership.
Mm-hmm. And we do too, and you guys do a great job. You really do.
Well, thank you. Well, George, it's time to kick things off here tonight. You enjoy yourself, and we look forward to a great 2014 racing season for all of the NASCAR Touring Series.
Okay, and in closing, I just want to thank all the fans who've tuned in tonight. Have a good time.
All right. Well, thank you very much, George Silverman, announcing the schedules, and certainly action-packed schedules. And he mentioned the return to Watkins Glen International Raceway for the NASCAR Can-Am Pro Series East. That's a return. It's not a new event because they were back there way back when Andy Santerre romped everybody in the old East Series. Certainly a welcome addition to that schedule.
It certainly is, and on the West Coast, having that Central California base there between Irwindale, 2 dates at Kern County. It's great to have the West Series have a little home base there in Central California and spread out from there.
Kern County, Elgin Statboy Trailer went out there this last year out to that racetrack. Loved that facility, said it was definitely top-notch. So that's certainly one that you're going to want to watch. But State Line Speedway in Idaho, really don't know a lot, honestly, about it. But from what I hear, a very racy racetrack.
It's going to be, you know, I don't know too much about it either. I mean, but that's what's great about the Can-Am Pro Series and all of the NASCAR Home Tracks program is they're bringing tours like the K&N Pro Series into the local track environment, exposing those drivers to a whole new crowd. And tell you what, I'm excited about the East Race at New Smyrna Speedway too in February. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, and of course we have the Battle at the Beach at Daytona International Speedway as well. And if you saw any of the finishes there last year live on the Fox family of networks, you're not going to want to miss it, because I don't believe the leader that took the white flag actually won any of the 3 races, did they?
That would be correct, and I'll tell you what, they're doing a couple of tweaks to the racetrack this year to make the racing even better. I don't know how you could make I mean, a lot of fans think what they want to think about that race, but I'll tell you what, if I was sitting in the grandstands, which I was, I would have bought a ticket that next Monday or that Wednesday after the race, because that was an entertaining show, and it's going to be again with the modifieds racing for points this year and the K&N Pro Series as well.
And remember, that got national fame as well, because Mike Stefanik, interviewed by Ray Dunlap after the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour event there, said a few words that maybe we weren't accustomed to hearing on live television, and all of a sudden Jay Leno was talking about Mike Stefanik on live network TV.
They even made up t-shirts that said his now infamous line on them. So I mean, NASCAR's drivers are becoming international stars, whether it's good or bad, but it's just exposure for a guy like Mike Stefanik, who's done everything in short track racing. And I know there's a lot of things up in the air about Mike Stefanik's future, but he's been a great ambassador to modified racing, and hopefully we'll certainly see him back at the hopefully we'll see him at the Battle at the Beach, hopefully to get a little bit of redemption from last year.
Absolutely. Mighty Mike Stefanik won at Bristol this year, won the Modified Tour opener, the Icebreaker at Thompson Speedway there in Connecticut, a great 5/8 of a mile high banked racetrack. Those chassis hit the ground there in the corners, sparks are flying everywhere, and it was really neat to see Fox Sports step up and actually cover the Mod Tour finale, the World Series, that final event in October for that racing series.
It really was, and to see a guy like Rowan Pennick, who's kind of behind the scenes. Now, he doesn't get a lot of the headlines. He's only won a couple of races through his career, but to let him get on television and kind of tell the world what it's like to win a modified race, and certainly seeing Ryan Preece, who he has a good time even when he's in a bad mood, to watch him celebrate a championship was really cool to see in person with our Race Central Live powered by Speed51.com coverage, but also on the Fox Sports 1 broadcast.
And a great job by Derek Pernasiglio on all those broadcasts for the East Circuit this year, and certainly that Mod Tour finale there at Thompson Speedway. But let's talk a little bit about that NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, because unfortunately the banquet is going to begin in just about 4 or 5 minutes here in this red carpet preview show for the Night of Champions in the Queen City. But that NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, some phenomenal battles there. Guys like Andy Seiss, Tim Brown, The Rocket, and of course George Brunnhoelzl III. That family tradition continues for that particular family.
I'll tell you what, going back, leaving Ideal Racing, going back to just Brunnhoelzl Racing, just George and his dad working at their jack shop here in Mooresville, North Carolina, putting these race cars together, and going to victory lane in almost half the races this year in the Whelen Southern Modified Tour. And like I said earlier, he spanked the field this year. He was the guy to beat just about every race. But you think towards 2014, you know guys like Andy Seiss with Ideal Racing are going to go for that championship, and they're going to go at it hard. Burt Myers isn't going anywhere. Jason Myers won a race last year at Caraway, and that's kind of always been the Achilles heel to the Myers brothers championships hopes, has been Caraway. But look for both of those guys to try to challenge Georgie, because nothing against Georgie, but I don't think a lot of those guys want to see him win a 5th championship.
And then you get guys like Kyle Ebersol coming in
Yeah.
and running really well this year from another team from the north of the border. And, of course, a guy like John Smith coming in with that G-Oil number 25 and on occasion running really well. He won a bunch of races on the NASCAR Wheel and All-American Series circuit there at Bowman Gray Stadium.
At Bowman Gray Stadium, absolutely. Burt Myers, the track champion there. But it'll be interesting to see New Hampshire Motor Speedway with that invitational
Yes.
race. How many of those guys will make that trip up to the Magic Mile and take their shot there at New Hampshire and see if they can beat some of the northern boys.
No plans announced yet for the television coverage, but if we don't have that race on television, I can guarantee you one thing. I'm going to be up in those grandstands.
Oh, yeah.
My wife Angie and I will be up there. Duke, you can join us, our son Luke, and we will be watching that 25-lap race, because if you've never seen a modified at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, it's unlike any other racetrack. They basically lock what we call the chrome horn, that big thick bumper on the front of those cars, to each other going down the straightaway and just push each other into the corners there, and then they fan out 2, 3, sometimes even 4 wide.
It'll be a lot of fun, but we're going to get all that action started at the Battle of the Beach, UNOH Battle at the Beach, Daytona International Speedway during Speed Weeks. That's the event that I'm looking most forward to already.
I'll tell you what, it was a great night here, this red carpet show. Enjoyed working with you once again. We got to talk to a lot of great people.
We really did, and there's some that we didn't get to talk to, so if we didn't talk to your favorite driver, hopefully they have another great season in 2014. We'll talk to them this time next year.
You're going to see all the champions tonight here, and any one particular speech you're looking forward to tonight?
Dylan Kwasniewski. He didn't even have his speech finalized yet, so I'm wondering what those last couple of paragraphs are going to be.
He's definitely got that pencil out in the paper right now and making some corrections, I'm sure. And remember, he said he was going to come up with something witty to say about his mother. And you're going to see it all tonight here on NASCAR.com, because Mike Joy and Dick Bergen will have everything for you from that stage right here as we honor all of the NASCAR Touring Series champions this year.
Dr. Dick Berggren.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the NASCAR Night of Champions Touring Award. What a packed house we have here tonight. It's a record crowd for this event, so give yourselves a hand. Yes. I know that snow is blanketing a good part of the east and northeast. We've had some frantic calls for people that are trying to get here before their time on stage, and we hope they make it, and we'll excuse their absence if they don't. Tonight we'll honor 7 Touring Series champs and all the men and women who made those title runs possible. Crew chiefs, car owners, crews, families, and sponsors. All of those who make NASCAR truly a team sport. And along the way tonight, we'll also honor all of the top drivers and owners in each series.
This will be a very special evening, the perfect close to a season that started with a bang. I'm talking, of course, about the battle at the beach at the World Center of Speed, Daytona International Speedway. That memorable event led to a storyline-rich season that included an exploding youth movement and the first NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series race held here in the United States. Tonight, you'll see all the key figures who starred in those shows and plenty more. They were the stars of another dynamic NASCAR season. Competition, yet again, was at an all-time high, with championships decided on the last turn, the last lap. Doesn't get any better than that. It was a fun season, and we're all in for a fun night tonight. And now, please welcome back NASCAR reporter from Fox Sports 1, Monica Palumbo.
Thanks, Dick. You're absolutely correct. This season will certainly go down in history. And here's a quick stat that perfectly frames the evening. We had the youngest pole winner and the youngest race winner in both the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East and West. Some of the competitors you meet tonight are on the fast track to stardom for sure. To tell us a little bit more about the spectacular racing in the Touring Series, I'm excited to welcome NASCAR's Vice President of Regional and Touring Series, George Silberman.
Thank you, Monica. And good evening, everyone here at the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and to everyone joining us live via the internet on NASCARHometracks.com, and now also on UnoTV.com. The drivers who will grace this stage tonight truly reflect the depth, talent, and diversity of NASCAR in the 21st century. And the 7 NASCAR champions who will be crowned tonight embody the strength and the future promise of our sport. Take a good look at the men and women who walk across this stage tonight during tonight's ceremony. You'll see a lot of young faces that you'll probably be seeing a lot more of in the future. They are the new ambassadors of our sport, fearless and very talented on the racetrack, eager to prove their mettle, yet equally adept with things like social media and other new technologies that will help define the future stars of NASCAR. You'll also see some seasoned veterans and former champions, because NASCAR is a sport for all generations. You will see drivers from different countries, different continents, because NASCAR racing appeals to fans everywhere, from Bowman Gray Stadium and Stafford Motor Speedway to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, from Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez to the new oval track in Tours, France. So tonight, it is very fitting that all these gifted drivers and our 2013 NASCAR champions are gathered here in this very special place, which honors the greats of our sport. They're joined tonight by their families and friends and race team members in the presence of track operators, sponsors, the motorsports media, and many others. Tonight, they receive the recognition that they so justly deserve. On behalf of the France family and all of us at NASCAR, congratulations to all of you. Thank you and enjoy your evening.
This next segment serves as the ultimate testimony to big-time dreams and visions of NASCAR founder Big Bill France. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the drivers from the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. For this round of awards, let's welcome to the stage NASCAR Director of Weekly and Touring Business Development, Bob Duvall, NASCAR Senior Manager of Touring Series Racing Operations, Megan Miley, and NASCAR's International Competition Liaison, Joe Balish. The sixth-place driver in the open division pilots the number 3 TFT Alpes Carrelage Chevrolet from Manila in the Philippines, Enzo Pastor. Enzo collected 8 top 10 finishes this season. Fifth in the open wheel division, he drives the number 5 Rapido Racing by Still Chevrolet from Trianex, Switzerland, Zaho Anquin Gabaron. He scored a season-best finish of 4th in the first Monza race. The Open Division champion drives the number 7 TFT Leclerc Chevrolet from Ert, France, Anthony Gandon. He also finished 6th in the Elite Division and claimed 4 race wins this season en route to his championship. In the Elite Division, finishing 8th in the standings this season, he wheels the number 13 Bull Racing Ford from Hirani, France, Guillaume Rousseau. He also finished 4th in the Open Division and collected 7 top 10 finishes in the Elite Division. Finishing 5th, the driver of the number 3 TFT Alpes Carrelage Chevrolet from Horizon, France, Anthony Garbarino. Anthony's season-best finish was 4th in the second race on the oval at Tours. The third-place driver pilots the number 33 Overdrive Chevrolet from Courteland, Switzerland, Jan Zimmer. Long way from home, Jan notched his first series career win this season at Monza. Finishing 2nd, he drives the number 5 Rapido Racing by Still Chevrolet from Uzes, France, Frederic Gabillon. Frederic won both races on the oval at Tours. Ladies and gentlemen, your drivers from the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series.
Thank you all for coming a long way to celebrate with us here this evening. Now it's time to meet the car owners who finished 9th through 2nd in NASCAR's Whelen Southern Modified Tour. 9th, the owner of the number 65 Rust-Oleum Cedar Peaks Enterprises Chevrolet. Please welcome Eddie Bone. Finishing 8th, she fields the number 40 AutosBuyNelson.com Perkins and Associates Chevrolet. Here's Gina Fleming. Seventh in the standings, owner of the number 4 Myers Racing Wendell Edwards Performance Ford is Gary Myers. Here's Pam Myers. Finishing 6th is the number 25 G-Oil Shady Grady Racing Chevrolet. Please welcome Grady Jeffries. Finishing 5th, owner of the number 02 Hayes Jewelers TNC Motorsports Chevrolet, Tommy Lithgow. Fourth in the standings is the number 11 Tammy Davis Phoenix Pre-Owned Motors Chevrolet. Here's Eddie Harvey. Our third place owner owns the number 01 CitraSafe Adams Towing and Recovery Ford. Please welcome Kim Myers. Our championship runner-up is the owner of the number 5 Ebersol Excavating Ford. Please welcome Bob Ebersol. Ladies and gentlemen, your 10th through 2nd place owners on the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. Congratulations on a great season. Now let's meet the drivers who finished 10th through 2nd in the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. Finishing 10th, driver of the number 2 Gershow Racing Chevrolet from Center Reach, New York, J.R. Bertuccio. J.R. scored a tour best, career best finish of 4th at Caraway in September. 9th place to the pilot of the number 65 Rust-Oleum Cedar Peaks Enterprises Chevy from Freehold, New Jersey, Danny Bone. Danny had 4 top 5s and 9 top 10 finishes this year. Finishing 8th, wheeling the number 40 AutosByNelson.com Perkins & Associates Chevrolet is Mount Airy, North Carolina's Luke Fleming. Luke took over the seat this season from his Uncle Frank. Luke, over here. 7th in the standings, driving the number 4 Myers Racing Wendell Edwards Performance Ford from Walnut Cove, Jason Myers. Jason took the win at Caraway in March and had 8 top 10 finishes. 6th place, driver the number 25 G-Oil Shady Grady Racing Chevrolet from Mount Airy, John Smith. John closed out his season with 5 consecutive top 10 finishes. 4th in the points, driving the number 11 Tammy Davis Phoenix Pre-Owned Motors Chevrolet from Hampstead, New Hampshire, Andy Seiss. And he had a big finish this year. He won 3 of the season's 4 final races. Finishing 3rd, driving the number 1 CitraSafe Adams Towing and Recovery Ford, the 2010 champion from Walnut Cove, Burt Myers. Burt had 3 wins this year, his highest win total since 2005. And the Southern Modified Tour Championship runner-up, driver the number 5 Ebersol Excavating Ford from Hummelstown, Pennsylvania, Kyle Ebersol. Kyle earned his first Tour career win this year in August at Langley Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, your 10th through 2nd place drivers and owners in the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour.
Let's meet the owners who finished 10th through 2nd in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1. Finishing 10th, she owns the number 21 Bowers & Wilkins Future Shop Dodge, driven by her husband, Jason White. Please welcome Melissa McKenzie. Ninth in the owner standing is the father in a father-son duo, the owner of the number 5 Emco Ream Praxair Dodge, driven by son Noel Dollar. Please welcome Kevin Dollar. The second place owner has 2 owner championships to his credit and narrowly missed a third this year, with son G.J. Kennington driving the number 17 Castrol Edge Miranda Tractors Dodge. Please welcome Jamie Kennington. Ladies and gentlemen, your 10th through 2nd place owners in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1. Now let's meet the drivers who finished 10th through 2nd in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1. Finishing 10th, the driver of the Mo2 Ely Me TA DLGL Dodge from Terrebonne, Quebec, Alex Gannett. Alex scored a best second place finish at St. Eustache in July. 9th place in the standings belongs to the pilot of the number 60 Mopar Exide Pennzoil Dodge. From Winslow, Ontario, Ron Beauchamp Jr. His 5th straight top 10 finish in the points. Our 8th place driver wheels the number 21 Bowers & Wilkins Dodge. From Sun Peaks, British Columbia, Jason White. Jason registered a season best finish of 5th at St. Eustache in July. Finishing 7th, the driver of the number 5 Emco Rheem Praxair Dodge from Sherwood Park, Alberta, Noel Dowler. Noel posted a career best 6 top 10 finishes this year. Our 5th place driver pilots the number 47 WeatherTech Canadian Belle-Mare Dodge from Trois-Rivières, Quebec, Louis-Philippe Dumoulin. LP scored a pair of wins this season on the road course at Canadian Motorsport Park. 3rd place driver sits behind the controls of the number 3 Snap-on Tools Rockstar Energy Drink Dodge. From Dutton, Ontario, Jason Hathaway. Jason snapped a 59-race winless streak with an August victory in Nova Scotia's Riverside Speedway. Our 2nd place driver missed his winning his 3rd series title in 4 seasons by just 2 points. He drives the number 17 Castrol Edge Miranda Tractors Dodge from St. Thomas, Ontario, DJ Kennington. With a win at Trois-Rivières this season, DJ has gone to victory lane in 5 consecutive seasons. Ladies and gentlemen, your 10th through 2nd place drivers in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1.
Tyler Hudson from Brandon, Mississippi. Now, Tyler won the 2013 NASCAR iRacing.com World Championship Series. Tyler, you got to face the champions in this room on your turf when the NASCAR Hall of Fame hosted the NASCAR Champions Challenge Wednesday on their iRacing simulators. Now, how was it hanging out with the champions, and what was that experience like?
Oh, that was really cool. It's a reason they're champions. They can get on that simulator, and they were all pretty good. I told them to make it equal, they need to put me on their turf, and let's go at it.
Yeah, watch out. You never know what might happen. And you also received your championship check at Homestead during the NASCAR Ford Championship weekend and earned a trip here. What has it been like being a NASCAR champion?
It's been a dream come true to get to experience this and experience the stuff down at Homestead. I got to thank iRacing and NASCAR for this opportunity. It's been awesome, and I'm really happy to be here.
All right, have a good time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Monica. And congratulations. Time now to meet the owners who finished 10th through 2nd on the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour. Third in the owner standings is a former championship winner. He's the owner of the number 4 Circle Track Magazine Dodge, the Mystic Missile. Please welcome Bob Garbarino. The championship runner-up, owner of the number 52 Furnace and Duct Supply, Seekonk Grand Prix Chevrolet, absent his trademark shorts this evening, but please welcome Wayne Darling. Now let's meet the 10th through 2nd place drivers in the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour that have made it through the snow and the rain and the cold this evening to join us here in Charlotte. 9th place, driver of the number 79 Mr. Rooter Coors Light Pontiac from Stafford Springs, Connecticut, Woody Pitcat. Woody had a career best 9 top 10 finishes this year. 5th in the standings, driver the number 22 Robert B. Auer Company, Cano & Sons Paving Ford. From Coventry, Rhode Island, 7-time Modified Tour champ Mike Stefanik. This is the 13th season that Mike has won multiple races in one year. 4th, driver the number 93 Monk Mechanics Hand Cleaner Chevrolet from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania, Rowan Penning. Rowan took the win in the season finale at Thompson International Speedway. And 3rd, the driver, the number 4 Circle Track Magazine Dodge, 2-time Modified Tour champion from Jericho, New York, Donnie Leah. Donnie has ridden the Mystic Missile to a top 5 points finish in every one of the 4 years he's been with the team. Ladies and gentlemen, your 10th through 2nd place owners and drivers on the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour.
And now let's head west and meet the owners who finished 9th through 2nd in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West. We're going to wait till the picture finishes for that. Finishing 6th, he owns the number 16 Napa Auto Parts Toyota, driven by Eric Holmes. Please welcome Bill McAnally. In 5th place is the owner of the number 9 Vadio Lupton Excavating Sunrise Ford, driven by Dylan Lupkin. Please welcome Bob Brunnhoelzl III. This owner is receiving 2 trophies. The first is for 3rd place in points for the number 26 Gene Price Motorsports Star Nursery Real Water Ford, driven by Greg Persley. And the second award is for 2nd place finish of the number 24 Cabinets by Haley Ford, driven by Cameron Haley. Please welcome Gene Price. Ladies and gentlemen, 10th through 2nd place owners in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West. Now we move to the drivers who finished 10th through 2nd in NASCAR K&N Pro Series West. We start with the 10th place driver who drives the number 30 Holleran's Performance Pegasus Transport and Towing Toyota. From Eagle, Iowa, John Wood. He has 2 career best top 10 finishes this year. In 8th, the driver of the number 2 Westworld's Computer Chevrolet from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Carl Haar. Carl also finished 8th in the Car Owners Championship. Finishing 7th, he drives the number 71 iWorld Connect Chevrolet from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Daryl Haar. Daryl also finished 9th in the car owner standings. Finishing 5th, the driver of the Gadio Lipton Excavating Sunrise Ford from Wilton, California, Dylan Lupton. He had a big year, first career win at Monroe in his rookie year. 4th in points is the driver of the number 21 RCR Golden Gate Meat Company Chevrolet from Park City, Utah, Michael Self. This guy reeled off 3 consecutive wins early in the season. Finishing 3rd, he drives the number 26 Gene Price Motorsports Star Nursery Real Water Ford from Newhall, California, Greg Persley. With 5 wins, he led the series in victories for the 3rd consecutive year. 2nd in the standings, the driver of the number 24 Cabinets by Haley GPM Ford from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, Cameron Haley. He won a series-leading 6 poles this year and scored his first regular season win. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th through 2nd place drivers in NASCAR's K&N Pro Series West.
Now let's meet the team owners who finished 10th through 2nd in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East. Finishing 10th, owner of the number 46 Aquis Communications, Winstacks.com Toyota. Please welcome Rick Godovic. Finishing 6th, owner of the number 34 AccuDoc Solutions Chevrolet, here's Harry Scott Jr. Third place to the owner of the number 6 Visit Acapulco Toyota, Max Siegel. Our championship runner-up is the owner of the number 11 Hattori Racing Enterprises Toyota. Please welcome Shigeaki Hattori. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 10 owners in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East. And now let's meet their top 10 drivers. Finishing 10th, the driver of the number 46 Aquis Communications, Winstacks.com Toyota, Yorktown, Virginia's Brandon Godovic. Brandon earned his first win this year in the spring race at Greenville Pickens. 9th place to the driver of the number 97 NASCAR Technical Institute Chevrolet from Sherrill Ford, Jesse Little. Jesse had 4 top 5 finishes in his first full season. 7th, driving the number 20 Krispy Kreme Donuts Toyota from Colonial Heights, Virginia, Gray Galding. In Richmond, at the age of 15, Gray became the youngest pole winner in series history. Finishing 6th, driver of the number 34 AccuDoc Solutions Chevrolet from El Reno, Oklahoma, Kenzie Rustin. Kenzie recorded both the best race and season points finish for a woman driver in series history. Fifth place in the standings, driving Rob Grimm's number 71, the Grimm Construction Chevrolet from Raleigh, Massachusetts. Here's Eddie McDonald. Yet he's finished in the top 10 in every one of the last 6 seasons. Finishing 4th, driving the number 96 Ben Kennedy Racing Chevrolet from Daytona Beach, Ben Kennedy. Ben broke through for victories this year at 5 Flags Speedway and at Bowman Gray Stadium. 3rd place, driver of the number 6 Visit Acapulco Toyota from Monterrey, Mexico, Daniel Suarez. Daniel had podium finishes in 6 of the final 8 races, including his first series win at Columbus. Now the championship runner-up, driver of the number 11 Hattori Racing Enterprises Toyota from Grimes, Iowa, Brett Moffitt. Brett has finished in the top 3 in all of his 5 seasons in the K&N Pro Series East. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 10 owners and drivers in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East.
I'm here with the Motor Racing Network's lead turn announcer and host of Sirius XM Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Dave Moody. Woo! Dave, you've covered this sport for a long time. Who helped you along the way, and who had a major impact in your career?
Actually, I've been doubly blessed. When I was a teenager back home in Vermont, I hung out at a racetrack owned by Ken Squire, who, as I think most of us know, is kind of the dean of American motorsports broadcasters. And when he got busy traveling with CBS, he looked around and needed someone to take over the public address duties at his racetrack. And I still don't know why he picked me. I may have just been, standing around with my finger in my nose looking like I had nothing better to do. But he took me under his wing, and he taught me a lot about how to do this job. And then as I moved on to Motor Racing Network years later, I had the great honor of working with Barney Hall, one of the greats of the sport as well. So I only half-jokingly say that I went to Ken Squire High School and Barney Hall University.
Hey, that's not a bad school or university. But what advice do you have for someone who maybe would want your job one day?
Just work wherever you can, whenever you can. I get letters and emails from people saying, I want to be an announcer. How do I start? Go to your local racetrack and volunteer. Don't worry about getting paid at first. You won't make any money. I didn't for many, many years. But if you really love the sport and you really love what you do, take every opportunity to work and gain experience and learn from people and listen to how other short track announcers do it. And if you work hard enough, long enough, maybe you'll get a little break like I did and get the job.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Now for our most popular driver presentations, let's welcome to the stage NASCAR Vice President of Industry Services, Jill Gregory.
Thanks, Dick. Ask any NASCAR driver here in the room and anywhere else, and they know. They see it while they're walking through the garage, and they look at it while reading their Twitter feed. There isn't a sport in the world with more passionate fans than NASCAR, and this one's for them. By voting online at NASCARHometracks.com, fans have once again selected the most popular drivers in all of NASCAR's series. So let's get started. We'll start with the NASCAR Toyota Series, where the fans' choice for the most popular driver in 2013 is Pepe Montano. The most popular driver in the Whelen Southern Modified Tour is Andy Seiss. In the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1, the most popular driver is Alex Gannett. The most popular driver in the Whelen Modified Tour, Mike Stefanik. K&N Pro Series West, the most popular driver, Cameron Haley. And finally, in the K&N Pro Series East, the most popular driver is Ben Kennedy. The fans have spoken. Congratulations to all of the 2013 most popular drivers.
Now let's honor the newcomers who made their own individual mark in winning our Rookie of the Year awards. For the presentation, we're joined by NASCAR's Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer, Paula Miller.
Tonight, as always at this event, is largely about spotlighting the future of our sport. There's so many drivers across all 7 of NASCAR's touring series with seemingly unlimited potential. Many are clearly ahead of the curve, so to speak, when it comes to approaching their potential. This year's 7 Rookie of the Year award winners fit into the category. Let's meet this most elite group now. The Rookie of the Year in the NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series, Santiago Tovar. From the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, Rookie of the Year, Jan Zimmer. The top rookie in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, presented by Mobil 1, Alex Gannett. From the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, Sunoco Rookie of the Year, Luke Fleming. The NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour's top Sunoco rookie, Cole Powell. The Sunoco Rookie of the Year in the K&N Pro Series West, Dylan Lumpkin. And the K&N Pro Series East Sunoco Rookie of the Year, Jesse Little. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2013 NASCAR Touring Series Rookie of the Year honorees.
This was a great week of celebration, culminating with this evening's award show. But tonight, we must also pause and remember the dear friends and family members of the NASCAR family we have lost this past year.
Every man has his place and time. Everyone has a loved one that they leave behind. And even though I'm not right there with you, I'm watching from a distance, just wishing that you knew. I always hear the prayers in your head late at night. I'm walking right beside you, nobody's by your side. I don't want you to cry over my memory, so go on without me, without me. I hope that it's my love that makes you feel that you can get back on your feet. Yeah, I swear you will. so much of this life left to live. And I'll be smiling at the thought of you, just like I always did. I always hear the prayers in your head late at night. I'm walking right beside you, nobody's by your side. I don't want you to cry over my memory, so go on without me. Every breath of life is short and sweet. So glad that I'm up here, that I got to see you go on without me.
the fool, always the fool. One with jealous hands, and there's one who's beat a friend. Everybody needs one who wins the fight, and there's one who wins the night. There's one who will stand tall, oh, but we will all fall. Round and round and round and round we go.
I'm here with Bob Dillner and Danielle Trotta from Fox Sports. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. Danielle, I believe this is your first time at this NASCAR event, but you cover NASCAR on a daily basis, so you're no rookie. How are you enjoying tonight so far, and what impresses you most about the Touring Series?
Yeah, it's been a great night so far, Monica, but it's my first time here, but a lot of familiar faces. A lot of the drivers stop by our show, NASCAR Race Hub, and half of them, most of them are half my age, but they try to keep me cool. Gray Galding taught me how to Snapchat a few weeks ago. I always appreciate that, and I do appreciate your hard work. This is really where the sport starts from. So many future superstars in this room, and really excited. I'm sick of talking about Jimmy Johnson. Tonight is about you guys. And so many great team members, your families. I know the drivers in this room wouldn't be there without all of you, so thank you so much for your hard work, your passion to the sport, and stop by NASCAR Race Hub anytime. Anything we can do to help bring them up, we're happy to do so. So thanks for having me.
All right. Well said, Danielle. And Bob, you've covered a ton of NASCAR National Series racing, but you still find time to cover plenty of the Touring Series events. What is it about the Touring Series that keeps bringing you back?
This is the heart and soul of NASCAR, and a big round of applause to all of you, because the bump and grind on the short tracks of America, it's where it's at. NASCAR does a great job at that. I mean, think about it. You talk about the young kids. I just heard Mighty Mike Stefanik, most popular driver on the Wheel and Modified Tour. He's no spring chicken, and he brought attention to the Modified Tour like none other before at the Battle of Beach at Daytona last February, when Jay Leno talked about those fine words that he said on live TV. But honestly, this is awesome to be here tonight, because you guys do the best you can each and every week, and kudos to NASCAR for putting on something like this, because all of you deserve it. Short track racing, the action, it's where it's at.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much, Danielle, Bob. Now let's throw it back to my co-hosts for the evening, Mike Joy and Dick Berggren.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you. As many of you know, this is my favorite awards night of the year. I get to come here and relive my youth and hang out with some of the people that made this sport great when I first came into it, the Garbarinos, the Bowlers, old friends I grew up with, Mike Stefanik, Horsey, and a bunch of folks in this room tonight. Got some future Hall of Famers in the room. Jerry Cook has been nominated for the Hall of Fame. Only going to be a short time before he's in there with the rest of the sports greats. I think Mike Stefanik is only a gray hair or two away from being eligible under the new rules for the Hall of Fame, and you're going to be there one day. But also, I am sure that seated in this room is a future Camping World Truck Series champion, a future Nationwide Series champion. And which one of you young fellas will someday be a champion of NASCAR's Sprint Cup Series? I know one of you will. I just want to be around to see it.
It's been a great evening so far and the perfect ending for a spectacular season. On behalf of NASCAR, we thank all the fans who attended the races all year long and tuned into the action, whether it's Fox Sports broadcast, live web updates on Race Central Live presented by Speed 51, or live stream on NASCARHometracks.com. We hope you've enjoyed the season. I want to comment on the trophies you have seen here tonight. NASCAR hauled in 2 tons of trophies for last night and tonight, and the quality of the trophies is magnificent. You have raced hard, and NASCAR recognizes that with the trophies that you're going to take home.
Let's hand out some more hardware and begin the first of our championship awards for tonight, the Champion Sponsor Awards. To make the presentations, please welcome NASCAR's Director of Weekly and Touring Business Development, Bob Duvall.
Thank you, Mike. It's my privilege to present the following awards to a group of people who are invaluable to our sport. These valued sponsors support us daily and help us do what we love, and that's race. The Champion Sponsor Award in the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour goes to Epoxy. Accepting is Epoxy President Bill Higbee. In the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1, the Champion Sponsor Award goes to Canadian Tire. Accepting is Canadian Tire's Assistant Vice President of Professional Sports Partnership, Matt Cornish. In the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour, the Champion Sponsor Award goes to East West Marine. Accepting is the owner of East West Marine, Brian Slega. The Champion Sponsor Award in the K&N Pro Series West goes to the owner of Sunrise Ford, Bob Brucati. And in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East, the Champion Sponsor Award goes to Rockstar Energy Drink. Accepting is Jordan Cockrum. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2013 Champion Sponsor Award winners.
It's always a pleasure to introduce this 5-time Indy 500 champion crew chief to present our NASCAR Night of Champion Crew Chief Awards. Please welcome NASCAR's Touring Series Director, Richard Buck, joined by NASCAR's Touring Series Competition Director, Brad Moran.
Thank you, Dick. I'm honored to introduce this year's Crew Chief Championship. Let's start with the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series, where the Champion Crew Chief Award goes to Tony Pedetta. In the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, the Champion Crew Chief Award goes to George Brunnhoelzl Jr. The Champion Crew Chief Award in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, presented by Mobil 1, goes to Randy Steckly.
In the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour, the Champion Crew Chief Award goes to Sly Stanley Zabin. Lunati sponsors the Championship Crew Chief Award at the K&N Pro Series level. In the K&N Pro Series East, in the K&N Pro Series West, the Lunati Championship Crew Chief Award goes to Bill Sedgwick. And in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East, the Lunati Championship Crew Chief Award goes to Marty Lindley. What a great group this is. I'm proud to be up here with these guys, joining me in congratulating all of our 2013 Championship Crew Chiefs.
The NASCAR Toyota Series, Mexico's National Championship Series, enters its 10th season in 2014 and its 8th under the NASCAR banner. The series features cars similar to those used in late model classes at short tracks across America, with fiberglass composite bodies and spec engines. The series is broadcast in Mexico on Televisa and throughout Central and Latin America on Fox Sports Deportes. Well, no one saw this coming. I mean, no one. This driver's 2013 campaign is the textbook definition of breakout season. After finishing inside the top 10 just once in 3 part-time NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series seasons, this year he led all drivers in top 5s and top 10s while picking up his first series victory. And for good measure, he also won the 2010 championship in the V6 category, the support series for the Toyota Series.
NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series. Champion, Rodrigo Peralta.
Un logro muy importante, ¿no? Competir con los mejores pilotos de México y obtener este campeonato es algo extraordinario, un trabajo en equipo y bueno, una responsabilidad muy fuerte para la próxima temporada. Creo que desde principio de año que empezó esta temporada logramos y hicimos un gran trabajo, un gran equipo y comenzamos a trabajar en equipo. No, al final de cuentas soy la punta del iceberg que se ve, sin embargo esto es un trabajo en equipo. No, creo que una vez entrando al desafío sabíamos que éramos muy rápidos y muy constantes, por lo cual sabíamos que éramos un rival a vencer y bueno, las cosas fueron dando poco a poco hasta la carrera de Aguascalientes, donde obtuvimos el liderato y bueno, de ahí no lo soltamos. Bueno, creo que hay mucha gente involucrada detrás de este auto número 24. Está el ingeniero Alfredo Tame, mi papá Luis Peralta, Alberto Tame, que es el dueño del equipo, todos los mecánicos, los ingenieros, Marco Páez, Arnulfo. Realmente es un equipo grandioso y creo que todos ellos son la suma de este logro, ¿no? Es algo muy padre, ¿no? Pista tras pista, ir viendo cómo la gente va creyendo en tu auto y en ti, vas viendo cómo se van generando más fans cada vez en las diferentes pistas hasta lograr ver una absoluta porra completa como la que vimos en Ciudad de México en la final. Es algo maravilloso.
Please welcome driver of the number 24 Cinemex Toyota from Querétaro, Mexico, Rodrigo Peralta.
Presenting the NASCAR Mexico's Toyota Series Champion Trophy. Please welcome Director of the NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series, Enrique Contreras.
Hola. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be this night making history here and be part of the NASCAR family. 2013 was an incredible year. We make history crossing the border for the first time in an international event at the Phoenix International Speedway. It was difficult, but it was a great adventure, and we really enjoyed that night. It was huge, so we wait to be there again. Also in 2013, we changed the racing model, and we start our playoff. The top 8 drivers on points and 2 wild cards race in the last 5 races for the championship. This is great because the fans love it. The media attention was a lot better, and especially we sell more tickets. It was very nice, and we will continue 2014 season in the same model. Also, in 2013, we announced our new car. This is, we name it Generation 2. This car is a faster car, it's a safer car, and we already tested with great results. So we will have a lot of fun, especially the teams building all the new cars. I want to thank first all our sponsors. I'm so happy that they continue, especially Toyota and all other brands that support our series. Thank you very much. I want to thank also our team. You guys did a great job. All the volunteers, all the officials, thank you so much. I want to thank the team members, the drivers, and all the families. I want to thank NASCAR, especially George Silverman and Joe Balash. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your advices and support. And I want to talk now about our new champion. This guy, this young guy, I saw him since a baby. It's great to follow his career as a race car driver. He was racing just 3 years ago in the development series, fighting for the championship. Last year, he fought for the Rookie of the Year in the Toyota Series, and now we have it here as a champion. It's incredible how fast he grew. He raced very good and smart, intelligent, clean, and fast. Congratulations, Rodrigo. We are very proud of you. I want also to congratulate our Rookie of the Year, Santiago Tovar. You did a great job too. Now, Rodrigo, you are on the books in a historic year for us. You beat big names, big guys, a lot of new talent like Suarez and other drivers, very expert drivers like Martinez, Contreras. Everybody down there are tough, really tough guys, and you beat it. You do an outstanding job. I want to finish just thanking God for a safe season and wish you all a happy holidays. Feliz Navidad. God bless you, and see you next year. Thank you very much.
The culmination of every NASCAR Championship Award ceremony, and we'll have 7 of them tonight. is the presentation of one of the most coveted tokens in all of sports, a NASCAR championship ring for every champion. Jimmy Johnson has 6. Mike Stefanik has a pawn shop full. Yet they are a very highly coveted token. To make this presentation, please welcome the president of NASCAR, Mike Helton.
For 8 years now, we've been honored to have the NASCAR banner on the NASCAR Mexico Toyota Series, and each year the competition gets more and more professional, more and more aggressive, more and more true to the NASCAR banner. So this year was no exception, and Rodrigo, we're honored to have you as our 2013 champion. Your success and the details of you winning this have been talked about a lot after you won the championship, while you were winning the championship, the perils that you had to come back from to do it. In true fashion of NASCAR style, you won the 2013 championship, and we're honored to have you as champion.
Thank you so much.
And here's your ring.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor for me to be sharing this moment with the rest of the champions. Once again, congratulations to all of them. It's maybe a dream season like the one I had this year for you all. For me, it's a dream to be standing here, a dream that I had 3 years ago when I won the V6 championship. That championship that NASCAR made me get to NASCAR Mexico this year. Once I got there, like every other driver, I struggled with the sponsor and didn't have a lot of chance to get in the car and drive it. This year, Tame Racing, my team, believed in me. We weren't able to race the first race in Phoenix, and trust me, that was not even close to a motivating start this season. To add that, NASCAR Toyota Series introduced the Desafío, or Chase as you all know it, and it was kind of tough to start the season like this. After missing that race, it seemed like our chance to be part of the Desafío was pretty much limited. The only thing nobody could take away from me was the dream of someday winning this championship. What made such a great season out of the 24 car was the great teamwork we had. From the top directives from the team, Alfredo Tame, to both of my engineers, Marco Paez and Arnulfo Hernandez. Not to mention all the rest of the guys that work all year long on the car. These guys made everything possible. The great job my spotter Naum Molin did, keeping me calm and cool driving style, and helping me get out of trouble. To my sponsors, Sanirren, Taxalt, and Cinemex, this is all to them. It was absolutely all this teamwork that got together in such a right way that allowed me to do my job, drive and have fun. To drive knowing all the work the team members had put and given into the car, knowing that I was the last link of this chain. At the end of the day, I represent the work of the many people who helped me get there and work on this car. I'm the tip of a huge iceberg, as I said it before. It was a great year. I learned so many things from all my team, and there's nothing that can beat that. On the other hand, the work of my family did, supporting me each race, giving me that extra motivation to keep on going. The support of my mother and her words that always make me go further. The support of my brothers and that they have always been there for me. My girlfriend and my friends that go to every single race they can to give that extra support. And I want to especially mention my dad. He's that man that has made all this come true. The first one to trust in me and to support me. At first, along the carts, then I went into different open wheel championships, and now is the first one to be ready to be on the track, and I personally admire the most in my life. I would like to personally dedicate this championship to Luis Peralta, my dad, and thank him for all the support he has given me throughout the tracks. To all the people who work in NASCAR Mexico, to Enrique Contreras that has made this series possible, and to all the people who work in NASCAR in every single part of the world, thank you so much. Everything I've gotten is thanks to you. Thank you so much.
NASCAR Whelen Euro Series just completed its second year under the NASCAR umbrella and signed a long-term entitlement sponsorship with Whelen Engineering. The NASCAR Whelen Euro Series will visit 5 countries over a 6-weekend schedule, including Brands Hatch in England, Valencia in Spain, Nürburgring in Germany, and Le Mans in France. The series races at the first purpose-built oval for NASCAR stock cars in Europe, Tour Speedway, just outside Paris. Next is the first of our special guest presenters tonight. From MRN Radio in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, please welcome Winston Kelly.
Before we meet this year's NASCAR Whelen Euro Series champion, on behalf of the City of Charlotte and the NASCAR Hall of Fame, I want to thank NASCAR, Lisa, Mike, George, and everybody for having this banquet here, and for you guys for making the trip. And a special thanks to the teams and drivers for allowing us to showcase your car in the NASCAR Hall of Fame this week. It was our honor and privilege because, as Bob Dillner said, you're where it starts. This year's NASCAR Whelen Euro Series champion got off to a tremendous start and never let off the gas. By opening the season with an incredible 6 straight wins, he established a modern-era NASCAR Touring Series record among currently sanctioned series to create an insurmountable lead in the standings. Overall, he scored 7 wins, 10 top 5, and 12 top 10 finishes this season to successfully defend his 2012 Series championship.
NASCAR Whelen Euro Series champion, Ander Vilarino.
Vilarino heads on to his first victory of the season, his 7th since the Euro race car became part of NASCAR.
I started racing when I was 3 years and a half or 4 years in go-karts because my father was a racing driver. He was racing in hill climbs and he was an example for me.
Vilarino is determined to get back in front. Vilarino gets a drive-through penalty.
Well, I've got a feeling that we would be a title contender when we won the first 2 races in Nogaro.
Vilarino rejoins in 6th. Zimmer is still in 1st place. Vilarino sees the opening and goes for it. A real NASCAR finish. Vilarino scores his 2nd win.
Then we won 6 straight races. Of course, the feeling was that we could be champions. We have won 7 races out of 12, so we can be very, very happy with what we have done. Racing is a very important part of my life, and everybody around me understands it. I love it. The most important person is my wife. She's always there supporting me, and my kids. It feels great. Winning the 2nd championship this year, it's a dream come true. The secret of our team is that, and even when the moments are very difficult, we never give up, and we try to improve. To become a champion, I think you have to want to win in everything we do. Every day, I want to win more than the others. I want to win more than the others. And that's how it works for me.
Please welcome driver of the number 2 TFT Banco Santander Chevrolet from San Sebastian, Spain, Ander Vilarino.
Of the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series Championship Trophy, please welcome the Vice President of Motorsports for Whelen Engineering, Phil Kurz.
On behalf of everyone at Whelen Engineering, it's my honor to officially present, for the first time, the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series Championship Trophy to Ander Vilarino.
Next is a presentation of the Champions Watch Award for the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. To present the prestigious award, please welcome the president and founder of Race and Win Watches, Eric Fabre. And for the championship ring presentation, Mike Helton.
Under just a couple of brief years, the NASCAR Euro Series has become a lot of folks in our business, the favorite series, the fun, the passion, the excitement, the respect that this series pays to truly an American product, which we're very proud of, called NASCAR. We're very fortunate that you took your motorsports experience and embraced NASCAR stock car type racing, and for the second year, and as mentioned earlier, your 6 wins coming out of the box are a record for us. And that record belonged to 2 great names in our business, Richie Evans and Mike Stefanik. So that says a lot.
It's a huge honor.
And we appreciate that, and we have great respect for what you've done this year, and we're very proud to have you as our 2013 NASCAR Euro Series champion.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Hilton. Receiving this ring from you is a huge honor. Well, speeches, they're a blast, huh? I got an advice from one man, Bob Duvall. He told me, Ander, maybe you should drink a little bit of moonshine. This would help you. You will be more relaxed, you know? Problem is that I don't drink alcohol, so was not possible, you know. And then I got an advice from my wife, and she told me, Ander, don't get stressed, you know. Maybe if you go your speech a little bit longer than it should be, NASCAR is not going to black flag you for that. So, guys, please don't take my license back, huh? Well, good evening to everyone. It's a great week, great night, and great to be here. This week's been a blast. And I want to start by thanking all of you from NASCAR. You know, I've met fantastic people over these 2 years, and being part of this family is amazing. I would have never imagined that one day I could say that I am a 2-time NASCAR champion. This is a dream. I want to say thanks to George Silverman, to Joe Balash, and to Bob Duvall, and also to Megan, to Jason, to Sarah, to everyone. You guys, you're very kind to us, to all of us in the series, and I want to say thank you very much. I want to thank Team FJ, the organizers in Europe. You know, congratulations, Anna and Jerome, for what you have accomplished. It's unbelievable, and in so few years, you become a NASCAR championship, and thank you very much for all what you have done, not just you, but all your team. I am very proud of being in this championship, and I will stay, I hope, for many years. To this series sponsors, especially Willen, Phil Kurz, and all of your team, thanks very much. I appreciate that a brand so important for NASCAR that it's coming to Europe. This is very important for us. I want to dedicate this championship to my wife, to my parents, and my team. My wife, Irune, I love you. She's there. You're wonderful. And I'm going to get emotional. And beautiful. And you're a great wife and a great mother. And, you know, even if she looks sweet and soft, she's the hardest motivator I have. You know, many of you drivers here, I think when you have your wife or your girlfriend, your parents, they tell you, even when you lose, you were the best out there. You will win the next race. You were the best. And she's not even happy when I win. Maybe, I bet she was happy at the ladies' spa day that you prepared for us. Thank you very much. She was very happy for that. But, you know, even when I win, she's not happy. And she keeps telling me, this guy or this other driver is going to beat you in the next race. And she gets me mad for that. And then when I go to the next race and I win, this is the best feeling I have. I go out of the car and I tell her, hey, who is going to beat me today, huh? And this is an extraordinary feeling I have always. To my parents, what can I say? Rodrigo has said his father is the most important person that has helped him, and his mother. And in my case, it's the same thing. My parents have always been there, and they still are. And I would have never started in racing without them.
My father was a racing champion, and he's been a true inspiration for me. And now I am very proud that they can watch me as a two-time NASCAR champion. This is a huge honor for me. And you can be a champion without a great team, the team TFT. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you guys just for coming all that way long from Europe. Thank you very much. And for providing me a so good car. Thanks to you, we have set a record of 6 straight wins in NASCAR Touring Series. This is huge, unbelievable, and this is an honor. I know Mike Stefanik and Richie Evans' history, they're two big names of NASCAR, and it's an honor to have set a new record. You're a family to me. Tony, Damien, Cedric, Vincent, Alex, Didier, Etienne, Thibaut, Jeremy, Nico, and Nick. You're the best. Especially I want to thank Damien and Alex, who have got surgery a few weeks ago, and thank you very much. I know the effort for coming here, it's been special. Anyway, I know that you've been visiting many teams, and it's been very special, and it was not just the effort, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have blind trust in them, and even if I went to Daytona, and Tony, my crew chief, told me that I have to turn right into turn 1 of Daytona, I would do it. I would close the eyes and do it, sure. To my teammates, Anto Gandon, Eric Quental, Anthony Garbarino, Enzo Pastor, thank you very much. It's been a great season, not just in the track, but off the track too. To my rivals, thanks very much. Gavillon and Zimmer have been the hardest, but to everyone, thank you. We have raced hard, and it's been great, and hope to make the same one next year. Many thanks for making this second championship to my sponsors, Banco Santander, El Diario Vasco, Coca-Cola, Ovaltón, and Guipúzcoa. And many thanks to the fans for the support to the series, especially to our 2 TFT Banco Santander car, but to other fans. And I think I've been a little bit longer, so please don't take my license back, but congratulations to all of you tonight. It's been a great pleasure being with all of you through this awesome week. And I'll be coming back next year as a prize to race in a race in the US, so hope to see many of you then. Thanks, many, many thanks, NASCAR. Good night, bonsoir, buenas noches. Thank you.
"2014 will be the 10th season of the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. The Whelen Southern Mod Tour runs primarily in the spring and fall, as many of its stars also compete weekly in the modified division at Bowman Gray Stadium during the summer months. This popular open wheel series runs throughout the South with the same rules package as the Northern Series. Our next presentation is the Champion Car Owner Award in the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour. And for that, let's welcome Whelen Southern Mod Tour Director Justin Ellis.
Our champion car owner is no stranger to the sport or the Southern Tour. This is his second title as a car owner. Please join me in congratulating the 2013 NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour Champion car owner, George Brunnhoelzl Jr.
Piece of hardware, George. Now that's 3 of these in a row and 4 in 5 years. So how does your team avoid being complacent and just saying, well, there's another one?
Well, I think our secret is that we start with a real solid fundamental team. And I know we have the best driver, best equipment, and the best crew. They put in a lot of time and effort. And you have to have the financial backing to make it happen. And I'm very fortunate to have that because I have a partner, William Higbee, who allows us and gives us anything we need to accomplish this.
Well, finances are important, especially as this sport has progressed, this part of the sport. The days are long gone when you could draw a chalk line on your garage floor, weld up a chassis, and run the car at the local track out of milk money. Tell me about the role that sponsors play in this series today.
Everybody needs sponsors. I mean, I don't care if it's product sponsorship or monetary sponsorship. We all need it. I don't care if you win the championship or you come in 20th. It's a huge help. And I know, and I'm guilty of it, you don't get a chance to thank your sponsors often enough. And I'd like to take this time I won't have the time to go through and mention everyone, but thank you very much. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here.
Thank you, George. Congratulations. Thanks, George. Our next guest presenter is the host of NASCAR Today on the Motor Racing Network and the host of Motorsports Monday on MRN.com. Please welcome Woody Kane.
Boy, I feel like I should be up here doing a selfie with all you in the background. Look at this. This is great, huh? Well, the 2013 season was one of change for the Whelen Southern Modified Tour champion. He left Ideal Racing last season and returned to his family-based team. Bumps in the road? Not for our champion. He barely skipped a beat this year, winning his 3rd straight championship and his 4th in 5 years. And with 3 straight race wins this year, he extended his record for wins to 20.
NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour champion, George Brunnhoelzl III.
Started racing when I was 12 years old in the go-karts. My dad had been running modifieds up until that point. I turned 16 and he actually stepped out of his ride and turned it over to me to allow me to start racing modifieds. I had a blast, obviously, and been doing it ever since. I wouldn't classify myself as competitive. I mean, I'm always at a racetrack to win, but outside of racing, I'm not very competitive at all. It's just in the racing field, you got to be competitive. Competition's so tough that you got to have 150% commitment from not only the driver yourself, but everybody involved. The thrill of racing and then the satisfaction you get when you are able to pass somebody, and you know the hard work that goes into making your car better, faster. When you do get to pass other drivers on the track, it's just satisfaction, and you can't put it into words. Honestly, want to go out there and win them all and let the points fall where they fall. My family supports me through and through. My wife, my daughter, my parents. The whole team just clicks. We're all friends. It's a fun environment. So the guys have fun preparing the cars, working on the cars. My dad and I have a great relationship on and off the racetrack. So I mean, all that stuff just gels together, and it becomes a team. I've been lucky enough to be in here 3 other times, so this 4th one is definitely going to be a little different feeling, take a little longer to sink in that you've actually won 4 of these championships. I believe Mike Stvanek has a record for 7, so then you start thinking, well, can we possibly do that? But that's a task to try and conquer that, so we'll just take it 1 year at a time.
Please welcome driver of the number 28 Epoch Z Oval Speed Unlimited Chevrolet from West Babylon, New York, George Brunnhoelzl III.
Before we hear from our champion to present the Hoosier Tire Award, Please welcome Glenn Cheney from Hoosier Tire South.
On behalf of Hoosier Racing Tire and Hoosier Asphalt South, I would love to thank NASCAR and the Southern Modified teams. They've done a great job this year. I appreciate it. And I'd like to congratulate George Brunnhoelzl III for his 4th Southern NASCAR Modified Championship. And I'd love to see y'all all back next year. Thank you.
To present the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour Champions Trophy, please welcome back Phil Kurz.
Whelen considers it to be an honor to sponsor the NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour, and we're very grateful to all the officials, drivers, team owners, mechanics, crew members, and team sponsors for your participation in the series this season. A special thanks to each of the racetracks who hosted an event in 2013. It's now my honor and privilege, on behalf of NASCAR, the Whelen family, and the 1,500 Whelen Engineering employees, to officially present the 2013 NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour Champion Trophy to George Brunnhoelzl III.
And now for the championship ring ceremony, the president of NASCAR, Mike Helton.
George, I believe you're beginning to get the hang of this. Is there a George the Fourth in the family yet?
Not yet.
Okay, well, until then, and probably till even after that, in our world, you're going to be known as George the Fourth for the time being, okay? 3 straight, 4 total. But even in 2013, we're more proud of you with the Brunnhoelzl families continuing in motorsports and you leading the charge for them. We're more proud of you in 2013 than we were when you won your first one. So congratulations, and on behalf of all of NASCAR, it's my honor to present you with your 2013 ring.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight to celebrate with us. Congratulations to all the other champions and their teams. I'd like to thank all my NASCAR Whelen Southern Modified Tour competitors for a great season of fun, exciting racing. I would also like to thank a few others who make it possible to do what we love at this level. NASCAR, thank you for having a great series for us to be a part of, as well as a great week this past week with all the festivities for us champions. NASCAR Public Relations and Marketing, thank you for giving this series the exposure it needs to continue to grow. Mr. Phil Kurz of Whelen Engineering, thank you for your continued support of modified racing for all these years. Next, I would like to recognize a few of our sponsors whom helped us become the 2013 champions. Racing Electronics, Pro Systems, Hawk Racing, La Joy of Seating, Stock Car Steel, Troy Race Cars, Pro Fabrication, Phoenix Pre-Owned Motors, Long Island Mod Maniac, Joe's Racing Products. An extra special thank you to my Uncle Dennis of Oval Speed Unlimited for all your support on and off the racetrack. Jim Michael of Performance Technology for unbelievable power and reliability. Mr. Bill Higbee of Epoxy Cool Roof Coating. Without you, we would never be able to accomplish what we had accomplished this year. This year was a great and challenging season with a lot of success. We were able to finish in the top 5 every race but one. That is an amazing feat, a feat that would not be possible without an amazing team behind you, which goes to show you the caliber of all our team members.
Now I'd like to recognize all our team members who made this possible. Please stand as your name is called. My dad, George Brunnhoelzl. Michael Stewart. Freddie Kraft. Brian Fisher. Matt Bonsignor. Eric Heiss. Stefan Marquardt, as well as Pete Brennan and Casey Kepley, who are unable to attend. Thank you, guys. The driver always gets the credit, but without you guys, I wouldn't be standing up here tonight, so congratulations on being the 2013 champions. I would also like to thank all the girls for the support all year long. Donna Mae, Stacy, Megan, Emily, Chris, Jen, Nicole, and Michelle. Next, I would like to thank my family who have supported me on and off the racetrack my entire life. Mike and Janet DeBello, my sisters, Jenny, her husband Jason, and Paula Jean. Robin, thank you for always being understanding when Dad's always working on the race cars. My mom, for all your support and making sure that the whole team is always fed at every race. Dad, thank you for all you do for me and all you've sacrificed. I wouldn't be standing up here tonight without you. You've always been behind me no matter what. Without all your support, I would not be the driver I am today. Congratulations on your 4th championship. My wife, Heather. I know I don't say it enough, but thank you. All you do for me and our family, I could never put into words. Thank you for always being there for me, and as well as being an amazing mom. My daughter, Riley, obviously not here with us tonight, but I can't thank her enough for always being able to put a smile on my face, no matter how my day is. I love you. I'd like to extend a tremendous thank you to Mr. Bill Higbee. You were my very first sponsor 15 years ago, and still to this day, supporting my racing career, owning this team with my father. It always makes my day when I hear or see that you and Donna Mae are coming to the races. I value our relationship that we have developed over the past 15 years tremendously. I can't thank you enough for all you've done for me, my racing career, as well as personally. Congratulations on being a 2013 championship owner. In closing, I would like to recognize one other special friend, team member, Austin Dabb. Most of you that race with us know what a huge supporter of racing, especially modified racing, he was. Austin passed away last month, but will always be our champion. This one's for you, bud. Thank you.
The NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, presented by Mobil 1, Canada's National Championship Series, enters its 8th season in 2014. The Stock Car Series operates throughout Canada with a schedule from May to September. The series is broadcast on TSN, Canada's leading sports network. Our next special guest presenter is a familiar voice to all of us. He's the Motor Racing Network lead turn announcer and host of XM Sirius Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio. Please welcome back Dave Moody.
Good evening, everybody. Well, the start of the season was probably pretty forgettable for the Canadian Tire Series champion, but the finish, absolutely memorable. Trailing in the standings, heading into the season finale, this year's champion needed to win the race and lead the most laps to control his own destiny. That's a pretty tall order, and that's exactly what he did.
NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1. Champion, Scott Steckly.
How about this? A battle for the lead. The 22 of Scott Steckly up on
started racing when I was 19 years old. Me and some buddies built a street stalker. I've been racing ever since.
Steckly, your point man, will lead them off at turn number 4, and he will take the win.
Been 21 years, and I wouldn't change it for anything. We just went to win every race. If you win races, the points will fall where they did.
The 22, though, Steckly's going to win it.
Every day, all day is everything to do with racing. It definitely takes a toll on the family. I have a great wife, Penny, and kids, Jordan and Kyle. I wouldn't be able to do it without all their support.
There is your front row. Scott Steckly in the 22. He'll jump on the loud pedal first. The green flag waves.
To win the championship the way we did coming from the back was the biggest achievement our team could ask for.
Scott Steckly got a huge monkey off his back tonight, race fans.
In the position we were, where we had nothing to lose, all we could do is go there to win, and whatever happened, happened.
Side by side for the race lead here in the 50s 250. Wow, they make contact again. The 22's going to maintain.
At that point, it was, you got to do what you got to do to win the race. The main goal was to get a good jump in the start.
A green-white checker to settle the 2013 season in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series. Steckly's going to take the win and the championship. Three-time series champion here in Canada.
To be able to do it 3 times, the way we did it, it's definitely the most rewarding, best feeling in the world. It's what we race for week in and week out. It's what we work all year to do to win a championship. It's just the greatest feeling in the world.
Please welcome driver of the number 22 Canadian Tire Dodge from Milverton, Ontario, Scott Steckly.
From our champion, to present the Goodyear Tire Award, please welcome Goodyear's Sales Account Manager, Todd Rogers.
Scott, congratulations on your 2013 NASCAR Canadian Tire Series Championship and 3rd overall. It takes a high level of passion and commitment to bring home 3 series titles. All of us at Goodyear share that same passion and commitment for racing. On behalf of everyone at Goodyear, please accept this crystal trophy engraved with your number 22 Canadian Tire Dodge. Congratulations, Scott.
For the presentation of the champion trophy in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series presented by Mobil 1, please welcome Canadian Tire's Assistant Vice President, Professional Sports Partnerships, Matt Korsch.
Good evening, everyone. I oversee motorsport partnerships at Canadian Tire, and it's a great honor to be here tonight at the home of NASCAR. On behalf of Canadian Tire, we want to congratulate Scott Steckly and the number 22 racing team for their outstanding win this year. This is Scott's 3rd NASCAR Canadian Tire Series win. It's a remarkable achievement, as this year had the tightest points race in the history of the series. You're a great ambassador for the sport, Scott, the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, and Canadian Tire. We're proud to put our triangle on your car. Congratulations.
Welcome back for our champion ring presentation, NASCAR President Mike Helton.
We've enjoyed our relationship with the Canadian Tire and Company and the series in Canada for some time now. And again, as I've mentioned, our other series, the competition seems to just get better and better. 3 years ago in the Sprint Cup Series in Miami, Florida, Homestead, Tony Stewart, in order to win his 3rd championship, had to lead the most laps and win the race in order to do that. And he pulled that off. So there seems to be a common thread among NASCAR champions, and we're honored to have you as our 2013 NASCAR Canadian Tire champion, and we appreciate everything you do for NASCAR.
Thank you very much.
The 2013 NASCAR Canadian Tire season has been unbelievable for 22 Racing. To be able to win a third series title is definitely a dream come true. As for my sponsors this 2013 season, I want to thank all of them for all of their support. I'm very proud to be able to represent these companies, and that is a responsibility that I take very seriously. It goes without saying that without the continued support of these sponsors, I would not have been able to achieve the success we have had this year. And I'm just happy I could bring home a championship for all of them. Canadian Tire has been 22 Racing's title sponsor since 2009, and they are a great company to work with. Through representing them, I've met a lot of great people over the past 5 years and have enjoyed working with all of them. My crew and myself couldn't be happier to bring them their second NASCAR championship. Thank you to Canadian Tire. I would also like to thank Sylvania, Mobile One, Johnsonville, Herb Group of Companies, AW Millwrights, Glass Van, Great Dane, Twin City Graphics, Reefer Sales, and Dodge and Mopar. I would also like to thank Linda Jones from Driven Motorsport Innovations for looking after our team's marketing and public relation needs. Thank you to Tyler Case, LP Dumoulin, and the entire 47 WeatherTech team for being such great teammates over the past 2 years. 22 Racing is strong because of the crew. This crew has worked together for several years and is dedicated and loyal. This is the best team in the business, and I couldn't ask for a more supportive, hardworking group of people. Thank you to Greg Gibson, Danny DeShepper, Ken Coutu, James Steckly, Dwight Robinson, Steve Taylor, Paula Powers, Ray Doucette, and Chris Backer. Longtime crew member Randy Steckly stepped into the role of crew chief this year and did an amazing job week in and week out leading this team to another championship. Thank you, Randy. I would also like to recognize and thank the families of all the crew members for their support. There are a lot of people behind the scenes who support me, and I would like to thank them all as well. We couldn't do it without all of you. Now for my family. My parents, Ron and Linda, taught me the value of hard work and to never give up on your dreams. Thank you both for that and for your support and encouragement over the years. Jordan, my 12-year-old daughter, and Kyle, my 8-year-old son, are my #1 fans. Whether they are physically at the races or not, they make sure that I know they are proud of me, which means a lot. Now for my wonderful wife, Penny. What can I say? She has supported me in my racing for the past 22 years. I'm very thankful for everything that she does, which allows me to compete at this level. I love you very much. Thank you. As I mentioned before, this year has been amazing. To race at this level with other drivers who are such strong competitors is something that I'm very grateful for and love doing. Thank you to all of our competitors for making this a great championship year. Once again, this is a team effort, and on behalf of our team, we are proud to be the 2013 NASCAR Canadian Tire Series champions. Thank you.
NASCAR's Whelen Modified Tour is NASCAR's oldest series, crowning the very first NASCAR champion, Red Byron, in 1948. Many of those early NASCAR race cars were modified stock cars. The division evolved from there. From the shot-heard round Daytona, the Pinto Revolution of the early 1970s, the Mod Squad cars are evolved into these sleek open-wheeled missiles that remain wildly popular wherever they race. Mod Squad, theme from Shaft. Most of the young kids who race in this series have no idea what I'm talking about. You can look for it on YouTube, please. Let's move ahead. To present the Champion Car Owners Award on the NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour, please welcome Tour Director Jimmy Wilson.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening. This car owner is now a two-time Tour champion, fielding the number 16 car. Please join me in congratulating the 2013 NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour champion car owner, Eric Sanderson.
Eric, your team is the 8th different team in the last 9 seasons to win the championship on the tour. What does that say about the level of competition here?
The competition now is just, it's tremendous. You got 20 or 25 cars. You wouldn't be surprised at winning a race, never mind a championship in a year. When I started 19 years ago, maybe there was 5 or 6, but the level of competitiveness here has just grown year after year after year. And we're going to try to break that streak of 8 out of 9 no repeats. We're going to try to break that, Ryan.
You won in 2006 with Michael. You've won this year with Ryan. Sly's been the crew chief for both those championship years. But how are they similar?
Similar? The feeling right here is similar. It's just tremendous. The similarities, 2 great drivers, well-prepared vehicles, you know, a great crew. Most of the guys from 2006 are with us for 2013 and will be with us also for next year.
All right, congratulations on a great year.
Thank you.
Eric Sanderson. Here's our next special guest presenter, my colleague from Fox Sports. Please welcome back Bob Dillner.
I was just backstage listening to a lot of the acceptance speeches, and I honestly cannot believe that little Georgie Brunnhoelzl has won 4 championships, because I remember babysitting him when I was 15 years old, when his dad was traveling the modified circuit in the Northeast. But I tell you what, congratulations to little Georgie on another championship. Let's talk about a little bit more racing heritage, because this next guy has a lot of it. For the Whelen Modified Tour champion, it was a dream finally realized. A 2-time championship runner-up. This driver and member of the NASCAR Next class was determined to finish the job in 2013. A young gun, he drove like a veteran, and now he's a champion with a tour high 4 wins and 10 top 5 finishes.
NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour champion, Ryan Preece.
The NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour is green.
I've been racing since I was 6 years old, and I was actually in a modified by the age of 13, so I've been at it for quite a while.
Riding with Ryan Preece, number 16, that he hopes takes him to the championship.
What drew me to racing is my family. My grandfather, he owned modifieds, and my father, he raced late models, street stocks, everything, anything that he could, and that's kind of where it got to here.
Preece for the lead. Give your point leader, the 22-year-old, the lead.
I try to win every race I'm at. I mean, there is no track I don't like. Everywhere I go, I feel like I can win. June, we knocked off 3 races in a row where we won, and I think that's really what catapulted us to a strong lead and carried over where that made us a championship team.
In that 16 car, that's 22-year-old Ryan Preece. He is going after his first ever NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour title, and right on the back bumper of Ryan Newman.
These cars are a lot of fun to drive. There's a lot of horsepower, a lot of tire. They're light, and they're just definitely, you know, they're a racer's race car.
Ryan Preece will take the lead off turn 4 yet again.
We race because we love it. It's still old school with us, you know, where we're going for bragging rights and the trophy.
All Ryan Preece has to do is finish 22nd or better, and the title is his. And give Ryan Preece the championship here at Thompson.
To have my name in the record books, not only as the youngest Whelen Modified Tour pole winner, but also the youngest Whelen Modified Tour champion, it really is amazing. You know, records are meant to be broken, but I hope it lasts quite a while. Next year, we're gonna be even stronger than we were this year, and you know, that's something that I want. I want to not only win one, but I want to win many, and that's something I'm gonna try and do.
Please welcome driver of the number 16 East-West Marine Diversified Metals Ford, from Berlin, Connecticut, Ryan Preece.
present our champion with the Hoosier Tire Award, please welcome Dan Anderson from Hoosier Tire East.
Thank you. I guess we're nowhere in the South because Glenn got a lot more cheers than I did. On behalf of Hoosier Tire East, I'd like to say how proud we are to be a part of the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour. I'd like to congratulate the entire 16 team on their second championship. You guys did an awesome job. I'm here tonight to present Ryan with his 2013 NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour Championship jacket. One of probably many, I'm going to guess, unless somebody else snatches them up. But congratulations, Ryan.
To present the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour Champion Trophy, please welcome back Phil Kurz.
This is fun. Whelen would like to thank all the officials, drivers, team owners, mechanics, team members, and sponsors of the Modified Tour for your participation this past year. The Modified Tour, NASCAR's first racing series, would not be possible without the support of the great racetracks that hosted a tour event in 2013. I now have the honor and privilege to officially present the 2013 NASCAR Whelen Modified Tour Champion Trophy to Ryan Preece.
Once again, let's welcome to the stage to present Ryan's champion ring, NASCAR President Mike Helton.
Ryan, congratulations to the hundreds of thousands of NASCAR fans. You mentioned NASCAR Wheel and Modified Series 2. Their eyes light up and they start telling stories about different things they've seen over our 29-year history. And a lot of that has to do with the wily veterans that stay there and are so competitive for so long. So to break into that crowd and become our youngest NASCAR Wheel and Modified Series champion says a lot. And we're honored to have you as our 2013 champion. So congratulations, Ryan.
As my girlfriend said earlier, I'm going to try and talk as slow as I can. First, I would like to congratulate all the other series champions. To win this championship, to accomplish this goal, it means the world to me. To be honest, I'm probably going to choke up here. I wasn't sure if winning the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour Championship was going to happen. My full-time ride folded due to funding, and I had to piece races together with multiple teams, including my father's. And then I got a phone call that many people hope for. I remember I was talking to a longtime friend and crew member Jerry just days before the final tour race and saying how this was going to be the first time I hadn't raced it in years. When Sly Zabin called me and said, "Come fit yourself in the seat," it was like being called by a cup owner. Since that day, it's been nothing but success. I have to thank my family who stood behind me for years since I was young. They sacrificed so much for me, and it's all paid off. Whew. Who would have thought, right? You know, when I was writing this speech, I was choking up, hoping it was all going to be done by now, but apparently not. My mom and dad always looked out for my best interests, and they've always taught me to be a fighter and to never give up. Let's not forget my girlfriend, Heather, who would go with me to the racetrack with me without complaining. She was great. She would even say to me after a 3-hour drive to the track, "Oh, wow, that was quick." But that was after she woke up when we were pulling in. We had a lot of fun, made a lot of memories, and had plenty of fun debates on how, on the way home, how I was a little too aggressive. Jerry, you know all about those nights, right? And Mike German? The mouth of the South, Mike Herman Jr. Thank you for all your support over the years. You did a lot of PR work for me, from the cup tracks, thanks to the Race Monitor app. You've always welcomed me with open arms whenever I needed a place to stay in North Carolina or Old Blue to drive. Thanks for being a great friend, coach, and spotter. Eric Sanderson, thank you for giving me an opportunity and a chance. When I first started driving for you, I was almost 21. You gave me an opportunity to be successful. I can't thank you enough, and thank you for this opportunity. The Flamingo crew, stand up real quick. Stand up, don't be shy. Come on. You guys are awesome. You were so fast on pit road, all the other teams started having pit practice. How about that? You did a great job not only there, but also getting the car prepared. And Terry, thank you for keeping everyone fed. Brian Slaga from East West Marine. You've been making my career have hope again. I was settled on being a short track gladiator, but you have given my career hope. I couldn't ask for a better friend and a better sponsor. Thank you, Flamingo Motorsports, East West Marine, R&B Enterprises, Diversified Metals, Sanderson McLeod, Sophie's Rest, The Bob the Builder, JRI Shocks for the awesome grip and forward drive, Racing Electronics, Sean Weddle Communications, Hoosier Race Tire, Dan, Sunoco Race Fuels, Goodrich Racing Lines, FK Rod Ends, Fricola Performance Systems, Pro Systems, and I gotta thank Joe Scott Nicky for spotting me, my eyes in the sky, and also Oval, who's here, George's uncle. Thanks for spotting me to wins this season and for traveling hours to make it happen. Last but not least, Sly. Sly, how about this year? You know, I had a lot of fun with you. You showed me that driving the car sideways isn't always the smartest thing, sometimes. But we showed each other a few things as well. Thank you for helping me to accomplish this championship. I couldn't have done it without you. 2013 brought a season that will be unforgettable to me. To win 4 races, especially on the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour, which thank you, Phil, for sponsoring the series. It's great. Is remarkable and shows how truly dedicated the Flamingo Motorsports crew is. Thank you.
Our Touring Series competitors showed their talent on the track all season long, and this week they showed their big personalities. A week of fun in Charlotte led to some pretty interesting tweets on social media, so let's take a look at some of the best. At Speed51.com tweeted, "Racing shoes and all, champion Rodrigo Peralta is hammered down in his first iRacing race of the day." NASCAR K&N Pro Series East champion Dylan Kwasniewski tweeted, "It's photo shoot time for NASCAR champions, pulling out the blue steel and Magnum looks." Hey now. At NASCAR Home Track sent this tweet pic, hashtag NASCAR champions photo shoot group pic to end the day. NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour champ Ryan Preece, who was just up here, posted this tweet pic for his growing fan base. It says, "The Flamingo Motorsports number 16 is inside the NASCAR Hall, which means NASCAR Champions Week is here. Hashtag NASCAR Next." And finally, Kip Childress, the director of the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West, tweeted, "Champion headwear in front of a champion's ride. NASCAR champions at NASCAR Hall." Sounds like a lot of fun. Thanks for tweeting, and thanks for sharing them with the fans.
The NASCAR K&N Pro Series West is one of NASCAR's oldest series. Its roots extend to the old NASCAR Winston West, founded in 1954. The series has been a proving ground for a crop of young talent in recent years. The series has also produced several National Series champions like Ron Hornaday, Kevin Harvick through the years. The NASCAR K&N Pro Series West and East meet twice during the year in the annual combination races at Iowa Speedway. To present the Champion Car Owner Award in the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West, please welcome Series Director Kip Childress.
2013 was an outstanding season for our next car owner, who was not only the owner of the Champions car, but also the owner of the car driven by the 2013 Sunoco Rookie of the Year, Dylan Lupton. This season, he'll be celebrating his second championship of the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West. Please join me in congratulating the owner of the Sunrise Ford Fusion, the 2013 NASCAR K&N Pro Series West champion car owner, Bob Brunnhoelzl.
Well, Bob, this is your second championship as a car owner. How's it compare?
It gets better.
How so?
Well, it's easier. It seems like it's easier, but I worry more.
Okay. You've had a lot of success as a car owner through the years, not just here, but in other series. What keeps you motivated to come back and try again?
Oh, I'm living my dream.
So aren't we all. Thank you and congratulations, Bob Brunnhoelzl.
Our next special guest presenter comes to us from Fox Sports and is the host of Race Hub. Please welcome Danielle Trotta.
NASCAR K&N Pro Series West champion is soft-spoken and easygoing off the track. But behind the wheel, he's a fearless hard charger. As momentum shifted between other drivers this season, he kept a stranglehold on the championship lead. And in the end, he captured his first title in one of the closest four-way battles in series history.
NASCAR K&N Pro Series West. Champion, Derek Thorn.
Look at the big lead that Thorn has. And Derek Thorn is going to pick up a victory tonight. He led every lap tonight.
My dad got me into BMX when I was 6. I wasn't much of a pedal power kind of guy. When I was about 8, my dad had found a dirt go-kart. I probably raced 6 or 7 years. You know, I progressively met some people in Southern California down here where I'm at, which got me into a K&N Pro Series car, which now, after about 3 years of that, we're sitting here with a championship in 2013. Never thought I'd be a NASCAR champion. You know, it's always a dream of yours being younger. You always aspire to be involved in NASCAR, winning races, winning championships.
Here comes Thorn in the Sunrise Ford.
Sonoma Raceway, that by far is probably the closest to home. And we used to go down and watch when Jeff Gordon was winning all those races at Sonoma. That one meant a lot to us this year, winning that race.
And oh boy, did Thorn really get it sideways that time. And here he comes, he's gonna try to make a move on self. Pressure on the inside, he's up on the rumble strips. Those two cars, little bit of contact, and Derek Thorn is around the 21. The victory today is gonna go to Derek Thorn. He's a first-time winner at Sonoma. You're my man!
Probably the most emotional, heartfelt moment as far as a win is concerned in my career. It was just a really cool experience to go win Sonoma. As a driver, I tried to take each race one at a time, whether we were first in points or 20th in points. Kern Raceway, that was probably the most pressureful race for me, was at Kern. You know, knowing that we got 2 races left, we still have a great shot at winning the championship. Kern went smooth and so did Phoenix, so it all worked out, but there's points in time there where it got a little stressful.
Looks as though Derek Thorn's going to be able to claim the championship with a half a lap to go. The 27-year-old put 3 wins together, and consistency has paid off as he will be the 2013 NASCAR K&N Pro Series West champion.
I've been working towards this for the last, I think, 18, 19 years, you know, aspiring to always want to be in NASCAR. But this being the last year I was driving for Bob Brunnhoelzl in the Sunrise Ford number 6, you know, it meant a lot for us as a team to get a championship with our last year working together.
Please welcome driver of the number 6 Sunrise Ford Lucas Oil Eibach Ford from Lakeport, California, Derek Thorn.
Before we hear from our champion, to present the Goodyear Tire Award, please welcome back Goodyear's NASCAR Sales Account Manager, Todd Rogers.
Derek, congratulations on an outstanding 2013 season. 3 wins, 3 poles, and 14 top 10 finishes show a perfect model of both speed and consistency required to win a NASCAR championship. Please accept this crystal trophy from all of us at Goodyear with the image of your number 6 Sunrise Racing Ford. Congratulations.
For the presentation of the NASCAR K&N Pro Series West Champion Trophy, please welcome the Track Series and Support Manager of K&N Engineering, Caitlin Clemick.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to celebrate the accomplishments of all the talented drivers and dedicated team owners and crews. Once again, the NASCAR K&N Pro Series showcases the greatest up-and-coming drivers in the industry, and we are extremely proud to honor 2 in particular this evening. In the K&N West, the Sunrise Ford team rose to the top with persistence and patience, exhibiting exactly what it takes to be a championship team. Derek, the last race wrapped up your season in the perfect way, showcasing your ability to reach your goal of consistency despite any obstacle. Due to your technical expertise and strong focus, you have become a champion in an astonishing 2 full seasons in the series. Congratulations to you, the Bricattis, and everyone at the Sunrise Ford team. Please enjoy being NASCAR champions.
Presenting the champion ring, NASCAR President Mike Helton.
How you doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. As Dick mentioned earlier, the K&N West has got great, strong, and long roots in our sport. And as we've watched it evolve over the seasons or years, it's been fun to watch the personalities and the characters that come out of there. The one thing in watching your season I learned was your ability to be persistent and run up front. I haven't heard this said tonight, but just as a fact, Derek led 600 laps this season, which is more than twice of any other driver in the field on the K&N West. So we know you can drive a race car, and we know you can drive up front, and we're very proud to have you as our 2013 NASCAR K&N West Pro Series champion.
Proud to be here. Thank you.
So if you put it on your left hand, I'm assuming you're married to NASCAR here. It's sitting here at that table in front of us here is full of many important people, which I hope I can thank them all here before this is over and not forget anybody. But the amount of talent in this room with drivers, crews, crew chiefs, wives, girlfriends, fiancés, NASCAR officials, and people that make our sport what it is, and to have everybody under the same roof in one night, it's an honor to be up here in front of you. I know that it's a long road for a lot of these drivers, all these champions. Congratulations to all you and all the teams. It's a long road to get to this point, and to be standing up here, it's definitely a dream come true. Whether this is my first, my last, or anywhere in between for championships, this will definitely be the most memorable and the most sought after. Bob and Maureen Brancati. I met them about 2.5, 3 years ago, thanks to Bill Sedgwick down there, who's probably one of the most stubborn guys I've ever worked for. They gave me an opportunity 2.5 years ago, similar to what Ryan Preece was explaining. It's a phone call you're always expecting or always looking forward to. Not coming from a lot of money. My parents worked day and night to help me get where I was at in racing, but come a point in time where you always need those people, and not only need people, but you need good people, because they're your role models. They're who you become, and it's been an honor and a privilege to drive for you, Bob and Maureen, and I can't thank you enough for the last 2.5 years of my life behind the wheel of the number 6 Sunrise Ford car, because it's been life-changing, and it'll ever be in my heart. Secondly, I'd like to have all the guys on the team stand up if you could, and their significant others. I'd love to recognize them for all their hard work it's an honor to have these guys helping us out every week. I'm going to try to go around and thank all you. Porky, Bill, Mike, Danny, Barney, Rob, Chris. We got Brian Brown and Robert Dornbach who aren't here today with us, but thank you guys for all you've done to help us get to here. And thank you, all the significant others, wives, fiancés, girlfriends, for helping them guys or allowing them to go to the track each week. I know it's not easy for everybody in the room for that matter. I can't thank NASCAR enough. Kip Childress, he came to the West Series this year as our new head liaison of the West, and it's been a pleasure working with him and the entire K&N Pro Series West family. Going to each race is like a family event. You know, it's so open-armed, and it becomes, you know, the 35 races I've run in the last 2.5 years. You know, I feel like all of you guys have been a big part of my life and our life, and from myself and on behalf of our team, we're all very thankful and we appreciate it. K&N Engineering, Caitlin, and the guys that allow us to have this series, and NASCAR included, it's an honor to be able to drive in a series with so much rich history. Coming from the West, the list of champions and winners in that series is absolutely endless. I gotta thank my fiance for all of her support. Sometimes she's always giving me lessons and what to do, but I know it's sometimes a lost cause, but thanks for always having faith in me. My mom and dad, Rick and Carol Thorn, who've been behind me ever since I was just a wee little guy. I've wrecked a lot of stuff in my day, and my dad's given me a lot of lectures, but I'm glad that it's finally sinking in, and I'm glad I'm to be standing up here in front of all you. I hope I didn't forget anybody, but thank you everybody for this opportunity. It's been a great experience, and hope you have all a great night. Thank you.
Along with its western cousin, the NASCAR K&N Pro Series East make up the top rung on NASCAR's developmental ladder for drivers looking to progress to NASCAR's National Series. In recent years, these series have produced such nationally known young guns as Joey Logano, Austin and Ty Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, Darrell Wallace Jr., and many more. The series features cost-saving technology like a spec motor to help make the division a cost-effective driver development program. As we move to our final round of championship presentations tonight, let's welcome NASCAR K&N Pro Series East Director Chris Wright.
Thanks, Mike. In their first season with the series, Turner Scott Motorsports won the championship with their number 98 Rockstar Energy Drink Royal Purple Chevrolet. Would you please join me in congratulating the 2013 NASCAR K&N Pro Series East champion, car owner, Harry Scott.
Harry, your shop was pretty much just a bare bones shell a mere 3 months before the season started. How did it all come together for Turner Scott Motorsports to contend for and win a championship in this series in your first year?
Well, Mike, that's true. This time last year, we had a bare shell of a shop. We had a couple good friends, TJ Pusher and Jeff Dickerson from Spire Sports, come to us and come to Steve and my partner and I, Steve Turner, and say, why don't you guys consider starting a K&N division? And we went through the benefits, and we jumped in with both feet. We brought Mike Gricci on as our competition director and general manager. He helped us in recruiting. Yeah. Sportsman Award winner, well-deserved. He helped us recruit some really talented young drivers and a great group of crew members that did everything that they had to do throughout the year in order to get us to this point. We were also fortunate enough to partner with some great companies, Chevrolet, Rockstar Energy, thank you, Jordan, Royal Purple, AccuDoc Solutions, Brandt Agricultural, Ream, Alpha Energy Solutions, and KMC Wheels. So it's been a phenomenal year.
Now, you folks have very active programs in NASCAR's National Series. What was the thinking that led you to reach down and take a look at the talent pool of young drivers at this level?
Well, Steve Turner and I both really have an interest in developing young drivers, and this K&N Pro Series is a great platform for not only developing young drivers, but developing young crew members. And we count on this series going forward in our plan in order to stock our rosters in the Camping World Truck Series and the Nationwide Series going forward.
Well, great. We're glad to have you as part of this series. Congratulations on your championship.
Thank you, sir.
Our final guest presenter is the voice of NASCAR touring on Fox Sports 1. He's also the voice of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. And starting in 2015, he'll be the anchor for NASCAR on NBC. Please welcome Rick Allen.
This is it. It's the last one. I know. That should be a round of applause right there. You guys should be excited about that. This driver is no stranger to making history, and in 2013, he added another page to the record books. Last year, he was a K&N Pro Series West champion. He now has both coasts covered, East and West. And I'm guessing sooner rather than later, his stardom will reach everywhere in between.
NASCAR K&N Pro Series East. Champion, Dylan Kwasniewski.
I was 5 years old when I started in go-karts in the driveway of my house, and then ended up doing my first race when I was about 5.
I'm proud of you.
My mom's always been there. You know, there was points that I was a bratty little kid. I didn't really want to go practice. I took it for granted. In order to make it at the sport, you have to make a lot of sacrifices. And at one point in my life, I wasn't willing to do that. If you really want to get to the top, you're going to have to make those sacrifices, and you just have to stick with it.
After winning a championship in the West Series a year ago, he came over to battle for the East Series championship. Kwasniewski's gonna win. Dylan Kwasniewski wins.
Dylan Kwasniewski, win number 3.
Dylan Kwasniewski ran away with the win. Win number 5 on the season.
This one was definitely a roller coaster season. You always got to stay humble in the sport, but, you know, when I was on top and I was so ahead of everyone, I was kind of like, you know, I got this thing done, nobody can beat me, and then it just took a turn for the worse.
Dylan Kwasniewski goes around.
Totally dissipated my lead, and I was left there sitting like, man, like, you can't take that for granted. You can't be, you know, so content with where you are in the point series. I think it taught me a lot about being humble and a lot about, you know, never being off your toes. It was my first year ever with these guys. They really believed in me, even through that roller coaster ride, and they knew that I can win every single race that we set out to.
5 points separate our top 2 in the point standings.
I honestly think the last race of the season was where that championship was run. It went from me totally having it sewed up, wrapped up, everything was good, to you know, having to fight really hard for that last race of the season.
Dylan Kwasniewski, he knows the championship is his.
Dylan Kwasniewski makes history, becoming the first East and West Series champion.
Getting that first championship was awesome. It was finally, you know, getting a NASCAR championship, and then, you know, repeating it, making history like that. It was, the best way to describe it, surreal. It doesn't seem like it actually happened. Quite frankly, I really do think racing is in my blood. It's something that I was born to do. I think I could really make it a career, and it's something that's going to be a part of me for the rest of my life.
Please welcome driver of the number 98 Rockstar Energy Drink Royal Purple Chevrolet from Las Vegas, Nevada, Dylan Kwasniewski.
First, to present this evening's final Goodyear Tire Award, please welcome back Todd Rogers.
Congratulations, Dylan, on another K&N Pro Series championship. It's quite an impressive accomplishment to become the first driver to win a championship in both the East and West Series. We couldn't be more proud that you drove to both titles on Goodyear Eagles. From all the men and women at Goodyear, please accept this trophy engraved with the likeness of your number 98 Rockstar Royal Purple Chevrolet. Congratulations, Dylan.
Remember when he told us we were all going to have to learn to pronounce Kwasniewski? He was not kidding. To present the Champions Trophy, here once again from K&N, Caitlin Clement.
The championship battle in the K&N East was especially remarkable. Dylan, you continue to prove yourself as a driver with unlimited possibilities. If there's a record to break, you find the will to break it. From breaking the record by being youngest driver to win a K&N West race in your rookie season, to winning back-to-back championships in two different divisions. Congratulations to you and Turner Scott Motorsports team for a successful first season in the K&N East, and we wish you all the best in the 2014 season.
The ringmaster of the seven-ring circus that is NASCAR touring is as big a fan of this style of racing as anybody in this room. For tonight's final presentation, please welcome back NASCAR President Mike Helton.
Before I get to the business at hand, I did want to take an opportunity on behalf of Brian France, Lisa Kennedy, Jim France, and everyone at NASCAR to thank the drivers, the team owners, the crew members, the tracks, and everyone in the room that has played a role in making NASCAR what it is and given the opportunity to have a 2013 season the way we have. And all the celebration we've done tonight is indicative of a lot of people's efforts. And we're very grateful for that and have been for 65 years. And so thank everybody in the room for your help of making NASCAR what it is. Hope you have a great holiday season, and don't forget our military men and women across the country that give us a chance to have evenings like this. Dylan, we had one more back there. Would you like it?
I would love to take it.
I thought you would. You have to stick around for 2 or 3 more years, and I'll get Kwasniewski right. Okay.
Okay.
But we're excited about our K&N East and West because it gives us an opportunity to see a lot of personalities develop. And not only are you successful driving a race car, you add a lot of pizzazz and energy off the racetrack, which is entertaining, and we're grateful for that.
Thank you.
But we're very proud to have you as our 2013 K&N Pro Series East champion to go with your bookend from the West last year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next year. But congratulations, and we're honored to have you as our champion.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so as social media was a topic and Woody got to it about the selfie, if you guys would please give me all a thumbs up, everybody, and I take this selfie right now. Sweet. So you guys will see that later on there. If I could do it now, I would. But I can't thank everybody enough for letting me be here. To be here a second time, it's ridiculous. When I started my racing career, I would have never thought that I would be standing here accepting this award. If you would have told me that I would have not only accomplished this once, but twice, I would have thought it was only in my wildest dreams. After experiencing the sensation of racing for the first time, the only thing I wanted was more. Once I got my first taste of victory, I became obsessed. The drive for greatness that burns inside of me started when I was just a child and continues to grow every time I step foot inside a race car. Those of you who have heard my story know that all of this was ignited by my father and his passion to persevere. He pushed me every day to achieve the impossible and to keep striving for success, no matter how much of it you see. He taught me to never give up and never to settle for average. My dad gave me the wisdom to become a man, but to ultimately become a champion. The same values that my father had, Turner Scott Motorsports also shares. Harry Scott and Steve Turner see potential in young drivers eager to succeed with ambitions of becoming the best. When this first started, the race team was only an empty building with a dream of winning races. They gave me the opportunity of a lifetime to break history with the team in its first year of competition and surrounded me with a group of guys that are the dream team of racing. Jimmy, Scott, Jory, Sonny, Kevin, Eminem, Dalton, Banjo, and Chris worked their tails off every week to make sure I had the best opportunity to be in victory lane. Can you guys all stand up? Everybody from Turner Scott Motorsports, all the way back there in the front, everybody. I can't thank you enough. Jory! My crew chief, Smarty Marty, and team manager, Mike Ricci, put up with daily punches, kicks, and practical jokes, and they're still willing to drop anything that they needed to help me succeed. Thank you to everyone on my dream team for putting up with my shenanigans and for getting me one step closer to achieving my dreams. It humbles me every day to know that these gentlemen sacrifice time away from their family and friends so they can join me on my pursuit to racing on Sundays. I can guarantee everyone in this room I would not be in this position without the support of everyone at TSM. Everybody at Spire, Chris Newman, Jeff Dickerson, Lauren Rainier, TJ Pusher, you guys are awesome. I couldn't be here without you guys' support. Chris gives me a hard time because he didn't want me to say anything bad, so I won't, because he's scared sitting in his pants, but I can't thank you guys enough. And everybody else at Spire that's sitting back there, there's too many to thank. One of the most important keys to our success this year has been the support from my sponsors. Everyone at Rockstar Energy Drink, especially Jordan, Mike and Jason, Royal Purple, and Mike Curb with Curb Records. You guys are the main reason I was able to reach my goals this season. You guys took a huge risk and went all in on me, hoping that it would pay dividends. Well, I think I can stand here in confidence and say that together, we've done all right. Gene, even though you're not my team owner this year, you've done so much for me to get me to where I am. If I have not met you, I would have not won that championship. I would not be sitting here, to be honest. Everybody at Gene Price Motorsports, I miss you guys. Jeff, my old crew chief, Jason, you guys did a great job this year, and you guys will always have a special heart. NASCAR, I can't thank you guys enough. You guys are the ones who put all this on. You guys are the ones who allow us to race cars for a living, to chase our dreams. You guys allowed me to just be here, and I can't thank everybody. There's so many of you guys that I just can't even start to thank you guys. The last people I want to thank is my mom and my sister. And I may get choked up about this, but these two are the most strong women I could imagine. They've had to gone through a lot. My mom especially. I mean, she's a tough cookie, and if you guys have watched the show, you know that we go back and forth a lot about pretty much everything. But she's the best mom I could ever ask for. She's my manager, she's my mom, she's my best friend. My sister, even though she's at Cornell. I love you, Taylor. I love you guys so much. You guys are the ones who supported me through it, through the hardships that we had, through everything that we've gone through. And I really can't thank you enough. Thank you guys. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And I just can't even believe that I'm still standing here. Thank you.
It's been a lot of fun reliving the best season, and as you can see, it's been a stellar one. Let's take one last look at all the action and all the highlights.
Lately, I've been losing sleep.